So we ended off, we visited the Elder. Oh my god, look at that scenery. Just look at it. That is absolutely phenomenal. I would like to have this like as a picture on a canvas and framed. That's how good it is. Up Gaming's 5, couple more hours of working nothing. It's been slow today. It was really slow for me. Like I had like seven canceled appointments. I want to go to the ancient quarry first. That's like 2 things all day. Oof. Big oof. Coidal?
We have the advantage.
Go!
A turbo monster with a hard shell. It being on the slow side hasn't stopped it from prospering in the highlands.
It's my turn. Arcus activate. Yeah.
Yeah, we had like 7 canceled appointments, and I'm just like, really?
All right.
And like, no one called and said, yeah, sorry, I'll be late, or something came up. Like,
There.
and even the phones weren't even ringing. It was really strange.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ha! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
So I want to visit the quarry. And then we'll do the main required quest, I guess. And then from there, I guess we'll continue on. This place seems really big. Like even the chapter seems very long. So
It's enormous.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
Here we go. Ta! Go!
I've got you. Right.
left.
Let's go. Yeah. Arcus activate.
All right.
There are dragons. Yes. What's up, Blunt? How are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Huh? Yeah.
Take this.
100 hours
turn.
later, new battery in the Corolla. Thankfully, that's all it was. Nice. That's not bad for a battery. Actually, not bad. Ow.
Right.
Left.
Ha!
Here we go. Go.
I've got you. Okay. Ugh.
It's my turn. There. You're mine. Here we go.
102. Okay, that's not bad.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
I kind of want to get through this chapter tonight if I can. I think we have time though. I think we're gonna make good progress.
The wind's behind us. Let's go.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Water.
Arcus activate. Okay.
Coin flip. We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Arcus activate.
All right.
Ha!
Yeah,
Now.
the cost of things are absolutely ridiculous. So I had a customer call me today,
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
and they had a 2018 Ford F-150 pickup truck, and they go, my air conditioning compressor is toast. How much is it? How much is it going to be to get that fixed? Get it replaced?
Now's our chance.
I
My
looked
turn.
up the price and my jaw dropped. I told them
my
the
turn.
I told them the price and I was like,
Leave it to me.
you'd be looking at installed
It's my turn.
with the how is
my
that,
turn.
how is that a counter? Installed
Is everyone okay?
with the evac and recharge and part, $1,900 plus tax. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Emotional damage. Exactly.
Well, shall we begin?
The part
turn.
alone was 1,500, and I even told the customer, I was like, I'm not even putting full markup on this. I'm not even selling it to you for much above cost because it's that expensive.
Okay. Ugh.
Leave it to me. There.
It's my turn.
Here we go.
Okay. Ugh. Now.
The price of stuff is absolutely ridiculous, though.
It's my turn. There.
I can do this.
I'm never getting
Here we
myself
go.
a truck or a luxury car. I've sat in the repair shop and heard some people drop a couple K sometimes. Insane. I had an F-150.
Okay, it's safe for now.
The thing is as long as you keep your preventative maintenance up, the vehicle will last. Sounds like someone going to a junkyard to get lucky. If they would hope.
It's so gloomy in here.
I still have to do the main quest. The atmosphere is really heavy. I'm guessing this is the ancient quarry. Sure is. They say it dates all the way back to Neolithic civilization that was here over 1,000 years ago. Those are the same legends that say that the Guardian sealed away an evil djinn here. I do recall overhearing someone back at the settlement mention a djinn. That sounds a bit unsettling. Plenty of other folks think so too. That's the reason most of the people of the Highlands avoid this area. Though I can't say it bothers me all that much. It does seem like a place straight out of old tales and legends though. There's no one around, and not much reason for us to be here either. What should we do? Well, if you're curious, by all means, go take a closer look. I've poked around here before, but I never really found anything interesting. Nothing phases you, does it? Alright, I suppose it couldn't hurt to check it out. Whether I'm fixing a short 4-pin IC or reblading half radio, same price. Dang. It appears we've reached a dead end. There's no one here either. Just a stone door, but I don't think even our combined might could budge. It seems like it was a waste of time coming here. I suppose you may be right. Oh, it does seem like the kind of place an evil spirit might haunt. This whole area, really. It has an eerie vibe I just can't shake. What? You can sense that kind of thing? Oh, no. That's just the impression I get from looking around. Never mind then. What now? I doubt it's anything, but I just thought I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. Same here. Could have been a small animal. Plenty of those around here, no doubt. It would scarcely surprise me to encounter something less natural in a place like this. Hey, knock it off. I'm starting to feel kind of creeped out now. Sorry. Anyway, there's not much we can do here, so let's get going. El Jefe stream while Fire Emblem 3 Houses fishing. That sounds good to me. Fire Emblem, anything fishing is good. Anything fishing. Am I trying not to be sus? I mean, there is something up about Emma. We've gathered that. I just don't. I have an idea, but I can't pinpoint exactly what yet. Because with every Trails character, in a way, you know, you meet somebody and they're like,
I'm glad to be back here again.
Agreed. I'm certainly in no hurry to return.
Oh, yeah.
The wind's behind us. Let's go.
My turn.
I don't know, it's just one of those things I was like, you know, there's something up. And every character has his own background.
It's my turn.
Per se.
Fire!
So,
All right.
I just can't pinpoint what exactly yet.
Yeah,
That's just me though.
Arcus, activate.
Anything fishing? I haven't played Breath of Fire 4, Sealan, so I can't say. I can't
Here
say
we
about
go.
that. But we'll see. How are you liking the Highlands, Icarus? It's big. It's big. But I've been loving this game.
I can do this.
I've been loving the whole franchise, so you know, I think the other three are
All
just
right,
going to be as
let's
good.
keep on moving.
Emma is indeed a character from the Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel saga. She is. She is. Once I've relaxed a bit, I'm drinking until all I can say. Cardboard. Don't, I wouldn't suggest that, but yes, have a few drinks. I agree with how today is going. Mine started off last night with my coffee maker breaking, but as the day went on, it kind of got bad. I will say that. Oh, there he is. Impressive. I was taken aback by the size of the stone circle in the Southern Highlands, but this is on a whole different level. Oh, aren't you? I see you're hard at work. I'm glad to see that you're safe. Did you come out here to get a good look at the statue? I don't think he realizes how much worry he's caused everyone. We should bring him up to speed. Speed. Sounds like I've caused some unnecessary worry for the people of the settlement. We should get back right away. Or rather, I'd like to, but I still haven't finished taking all the photographs I need. Would you mind waiting a bit longer while I finish up? Well, I can't really fault you for being fascinated. It really is impressive. I doubt there's anything like this anywhere else on the continent. Actually, it might surprise you to know that there is. This isn't the only such statue I'm aware of. There's a similar statue on Bryonia Island way out to the west. Isn't Bryonia Island the one where the other group went? I guess Elisa answered my question. What's up, Jim? Wait, Bryonia Island? Isn't that where Group B was sent? Huh. I had no idea there were more of these around. No one knows any more about the statue on Bryonia Island than they do about this one. But I'm currently taking pictures of ruins and ancient sites like this. Taking photographs of this area was the reason I came to the Nord Highlands in the first place. Gaius told us that the people of Nord refer to this statue as the guardian of the region. Yeah, the old legends say that this statue was here long before our ancestors came from the east. And that they settled in this land only with its permission. When I saw it, I was immediately reminded of the legend of the Great Knight. Alright, our friend has arrived. Time for me to cook up some hot dogs. Enjoy, Seelan. Enjoy. You know, now that you mention that, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. No doubt. The tale originated during the Dark Ages and spread throughout the Empire. When the land roils with the tide of war, a colossal knight, wreathed in flame, will come forth to quell the conflict. That's the general gist of it, anyway. What do you mean by that? Well, each region has its own variant of the tale. They all maintain a knight as a central figure, but like all such tales, its veracity is questionable at best. Though it's certainly one of the most mysterious of the legends passed down in the Empire. I see. It does seem like the statue could mesh with that story too. I wonder if they're related somehow. What was that? Is he resonating with that thing in the mountain? Are you okay? I'll be all right. Nothing to worry about. Emma knows something. And my nose. Anyway, I've come all the way out here. So would you mind waiting until I'm done photographing the site? I promise I'll head back to the settlement with you as soon as I'm done. Huh. Well, it doesn't seem like the wildlife has much of an interest in this area. He should be safe here on his own, even if we head out somewhere else for a while. Agreed. Guiding Norton back to the settlement will cause the story to advance. Alright then, we'll stay here until you finished up. Okay, I'll try not to keep you waiting too long. Rean and the others waited for Norton to finish his photography, and though he was reluctant to leave even after depleting his photo quartz, they finally returned to the settlement. Not a Trails game until a reporter causes some sort of problem, right? If it's not Dorothy and Neil, it was, oh god, what's her name? Grace. Oh, Grace was something else. Grace was something else, she was. Although I enjoyed Grace. Dorothy would definitely get lost here, yeah. And then all you'll hear in the echoes of the Nord Highlands is Neil. Phew, we're finally back in the settlement. Thanks a million for escorting me back here. I really appreciate it. Thanks to you, I was able to photograph the statue to my heart's desire. I'm just glad you've made it back safe and sound. Yeah, let's go tell the elder. There seemed to be quite a commotion over there. What? That's... Oh no. What's up, Neil? How are you, buddy? It looks like there's been an horrible car accident. But why here? Isn't that the gentleman we fulfilled a request for this morning? The very same. That's the settlement's doctor, Amur. He couldn't have been the one responsible, could he? But never mind that. We need to go take a closer look. Amur, are you hurt? Gaius, I'm all right. Sorry for worrying you. What happened here? I was on my way back from gathering herbs in the mountain forest to the north. But all of a sudden, I just lost control of the vehicle. Was anyone injured? I suffered a few bumps and bruises, but other than that, fortunately not. I'm just relieved that I didn't end up hurting anyone. I'm glad to know your injuries are light, Emmer. Thanks to the winds and the goddess. Still, how does one lose control of a vehicle in an area as open and free of obstructions as this? Did you simply lose your concentration for a moment? No, of course not. This car is extremely important to all of us here. I wouldn't dream of driving it carelessly. I'm still not sure what caused it. When I was nearing the settlement, the steering wheel started to feel oddly stiff. Fortunately, the brakes were still functional. Otherwise, I dread to think what might have happened. He lost his power steering. Well, sorry I'm late. I had a beer though, so yay. Have I missed anything? No, you haven't missed anything. And also, you don't have to. No one has to apologize for being late, or even missing a stream. I've went through this before. Speaking of car repairs, right? Right? I see. Elisa. Let's see. Elisa, do you think you can work out what went wrong? Probably. You might say it runs in the family. How could I forget? It stands to reason that the scion of the Reinford group would be quite handy in mechanical matters. Even if she does pretend she wants nothing to do with her family anymore. Could you mind your own business? What you say, though, it's not as true as it used to be. They have some professional engineers at the Reinford company now who can't even perform basic maintenance work. Wow, standards in higher education must be slipping. When you compare it to the Zeiss Central Factory in Liberal, the Reinford group is getting far too big for its own good. All those giant vertical structured divisions, each with their own subdivisions. It sounds as though becoming the Empire's largest corporation brought its own share of new issues. So, have you managed to figure out what the problem was? I think so. It looks like there was a contact failure in the quartz circuit near the engine. That's probably why you suddenly had difficulty steering, even though it was fine just before. Quartz power steering. I see. Do you think you can repair it? I doubt.
Here comes a new challenger!
DJ! How are you? Welcome in. How was Tales of Arise? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on everybody from DJ Stream. If you don't know who I am Jeff, and we are playing through the Legend of Heroes series. We're doing Trails of Cold Steel 1, and we're not stopping until we finish Cold Steel 4. Well, with break days in between, of course. So if you like JRPGs, you like Trails, you got the right spot. DJ, thank you for sharing your community. Just beat the main story of the game. Nice. We don't do breaks, Jeff. Blunt. I gotta have my Monday to Wednesday. It's my I wouldn't call it a break. I'd call it more of a let all the information just soak in, because each week it just gets more mind-blowing. Pickle, what's up, buddy? How are you? Post game stuff tomorrow. Nice. We're gonna get to Tales of Rise maybe next year. Maybe. I'm working on a schedule for next year, so I might put something out over the weekend on Discord. Doing good, sir. How about you? I'm doing fantastic. It's Friday. We're playing Trails, hanging out with all of you. Couldn't ask for anything better. And I have coffee. Anybody from my stream who haven't checked out DJ, please click the name, give him a follow. I like JRPGs especially. All right. I doubt it. I can diagnose, but I'm no technician. I think we'll need to call in a professional to fix it. I suppose that means we'll have to ask someone from Zender Gate. I'm impressed. Cheers. Cheers, cardboard. Cheers. I will cheers my coffee. I can see that Thor's Military Academy has more to be proud of than its famous founder. Elder Ivan. Dad. I'm sorry it took us so long to get here. I'm relieved to see that Norton made it back safely. Thank you for your assistance. Oh, no trouble at all. Also, I think the rain counter needs to go up by like 5, because we missed some last night. It sounds like you've been able to work out the cause of the problem here. That was all thanks to Elisa. It was nothing, really. There's no shame in being proud of your accomplishments. While I'm glad we've gotten this squared away, we still have something of a problem. What do you mean? What's up, Dan? How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Happy Friday. This is the settlement's only vehicle. Having it out of commission is going to make things pretty inconvenient around here. The sooner we can get it fixed, the better. I see. In that case, is there anything we can do to help? Are you sure? This isn't part of your field study, you know. I would respectfully disagree. You've treated us to such great food and shown us such hospitality. I want to do what I can to help, but actually repairing the truck is a bit above my skill level. Still, it wouldn't be discourteous of us to not at least make an attempt to assist our hosts. Thanks, everyone. If you insist, we'd be more than grateful for the assistance you can provide. If you could bring out someone who could do the repairs, that would be great. That sounds like the best course of action. Should we head to Zender Gate and see if they can spare a mechanic? Actually, I have someone else in mind. Someone far more keen than an army technician for things of this sort. Up near Lake Lacrima is the Northern Highlands. Lives an elderly man from the Empire. I'm sure he'll be able to fix the truck for us if we ask him. True. The hermit could probably have this fixed in no time at all. That cabin near the lake? We passed by earlier, but it seemed vacant. An old man from the Empire who's more reliable than an army technician? Could it really be him? Elisa? So you want us to go and call this man for you then? If you'd be so kind. There's no hurry though. If you have other things you need to do, by all means do those first. Either way, we'll need to clean up the site of the accident before anything else. Just handle it as you might if it were a part of your field study. Will do. Okay, everyone, let's finish up anything we have left to do, then head up for the cabin at the lake. Lake Lacrima is in the Northern Highlands. We'll need to head north from the Guardian statue, then due northwest from there. We should sit on a horseback at once. Cameraman caravan complete. Highland cloth as a reward. Quest. Cheap. Did I actually let him know? Pretty sure I did, didn't I? Better go find out. You'll appreciate this pickup, buddy. I went to the thrift store with the intent of picking up Skate 2 for $3.60, even $5 worth. Decided to look through the CDs, DVDs, games, and see some PSP cases. Picked up one, went up to the lady and said, oh, they were supposed to be marked, but since they're not, $2. Don't know if that policy or not, but they know me, so it was nice either way. Then there was another and went to pick up the second one. First game is Brothers in Arms D-Day, and the second FF2, both complete in box for $4. God dang, Neil. How do you do that? How do you do that? You have to have a horseshoe up your ass. Trails, have you seen the stuff that he's posted on Discord? It's absolutely phenomenal. Horseshoe, no. Gerbil, maybe. Gotcha. He is. He posted a little while ago. He posted a mountain of games. He posted like a mountain of games. And he's like, guess how much? They were all free because everybody was throwing them out in the garbage. What did I walk into? What's up, Tycho? Okay, let's see here now. I should be writing this down too. because this might I have evade, info, action, impede, attack 2, tier, reaper, soul blur. We go to a convention tomorrow. Nice. Also, might as well tell you what I've been working on getting. If my question in Discord wasn't a tip-off, an Atari 2600 with like 30 plus games, a Commodore VIC 20 with 5 games, a Sega Master System with like 5 games, Sony Info. Dang, Neil, dang. Elisa has Flame Tongue, Suzaku, Hit, Scent, Impassion, HP1 Tira, Emma has Thalus, Mine 2, Saintly Force, Breeze, Heat Wave, Cast, EP Cut. Gaius, Evade, Tira, Biako, Attack, Harvest, Dragon Vein, Action. Okay, I'll worry about Eustace later. I think I'm gonna give her okay. Quartz. So I can run her to EP cut 1. Cast. I could do both. Cast. So the only thing I really would want for her is I might... Is there an HP 2? No, it's only HP 1. Okay. I would like an action for her. Good job, Dan. Good job. Add to that jackpot. I don't even know what that jackpot's at. Good job, Rakshan. It's exclamation point giveaway space the amount that you would like. Invigorate. Cure stat down, restores 5 CP. What's up, Dragon? How are you, buddy? Aerial and airstrike. Can counter evaded magic. All right, we're gonna go with that. Trading post. Exchange. I see Jeff prefers chaos. After all these crystals and ticket steals, reminds me of Mario Party's coins and stars with randomness. Okay, so yeah, I also so the crystals is now the chat. The crystals are now the chat version of what you're gambling in that and buying the raffle tickets with. I changed the channel points to Sepith. Make it easier. I haven't sold anything yet either. Oopsie. Do. The bot has a mind of its own, Kamen Rider. It's like some nights it's like very low rolls and other nights they're like really high rolls. Sometimes they're like really good in terms of mixing it up and having a mix of both. That was a bit weird.
I'm Groot.
Uh-huh.
I'm Groot.
That's right.
I'm Groot.
No! No, that's the button that will kill everyone! Try again.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
Uh-huh.
I'm Groot.
No, that's exactly what you just said. How is that even possible? Which button is the button you're supposed to push? Point to it. No!
Exactly. Exactly. It certainly likes to screw things around. It does. I think Paul did that on purpose. When he programmed the bot. The R and G goddess giveth and taketh. Sure. We'll say that. Neil lost double. Good job, Neil. She'll get no tribute. I bet you if you'd done it, you'd win.
We have the advantage.
My turn.
It's my turn.
One job, Reen. One job.
Fire!
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I'm really excited to see these new emotes that I have made.
They're open.
I'll help. You okay?
Thanks.
You're mine.
Oh, this evasion is so good.
Here we go. Ha! Go, Elisa.
Leave it to me. There. It's my turn. Huh.
Yeah. Here. Let's keep going.
There's a simple way to cheat the system. Just cause a buffer overrun with a high amount of crystals to give yourself all the tickets. Probably need over 1 million crystals to cause a buffer overrun, depending on the input variable that has defined max. Hey, if you want to try and break the bot, go ahead.
What a large monster. This will take everything we have.
Here we go. Ta! Now's our chance.
I've got you. It's my turn.
I missed that one, really? Jeff, how is Anthills of Burnished Brass? I like that one. What's up, Daramus? Welcome in. How
It's
are
my
you?
turn.
Happy Friday.
It's my turn. Here. Yeah.
My turn.
Right.
Left.
Yeah.
That's a lot of HP. It is.
Arcus activate. Now.
It's my turn. There.
Go.
That coffee really hit spot.
Ha! Go.
I've got you. Right.
Left.
Let's go. You okay?
Thanks.
Huh.
Here we go.
Worn out, but there's a nice heavy rainstorm to relax to. Nice, nice.
Ha!
All right. Now.
I'll help. Okay. Here. Let's keep going.
Rainstorms are the absolute best. Emma and Eustace reached Link level 2. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, da, da, ba, ba, da, da. Coidal.
Now's our chance.
Oh, we got a fish. They got fish too. Still trying to escape Midgard. Just got back in the FF7. Nice.
I can do this. Let's go.
All right. There.
It's my turn. Yeah.
Ha! That takes care of them.
Weren't we like level 40 when we first started this game? Like in the prologue? That's a good amount there. Well, at least we've made it as far as the lake. Is he at home? Oh, the boat's in. I see a boat. Boat. I seen a boat. Wait, this way. Well, the boat's at the wharf and the garage door is open. So I'd say it's likely. Excellent. We should go see him at once. Something tells me that this guy is like related to Elisa somehow. Or like he used to work at the factory. Because she's awfully like ellipsis about it. Seems like there's someone inside. I suppose it must be the man we came to see then. Why are you all sipping? Yeah, I'll bet he just came back from fishing. For a hermit, he doesn't seem to want for much. So, what are we going to do? After entering the cabin, the time of day will advance to evening, and all of the day's field studies activities will end. And I'm gonna keep you in suspense as I take a quick washroom break. I was just waiting to hear from the from the headset. It's like, oh hell no, you can't go to the bathroom. Knock on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? It's open. Come on in. Elisa.
Beans?
Beans? Cardboard, thank you for the 179 beans. Excuse us then. See, exclamation point is so hard, the screen shook. Hey, it's good to see you again, sir. Well, if it isn't Gaius, haven't seen you around for, what, half a year now? And little Lisa's here too. Oh, it's okay, so they know each other definitely. Yeah. Why, I don't think I've seen your face in, oh, must be coming up on 5 years now. Wait, what? Could this be... Grandpa? Grandfather, what are you doing here? Well, I guess that's one way to be introduced, but let me give you a proper welcome. Elisa has the worst luck with family members showing up out of nowhere, right? I'm Gwyn Reinford, Elisa's favorite granddad. Pleasure to meet you all. Class 7? Honored to meet you, sir. I'm Reen Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Emma Milstein. Eustace Alberea. It's an honor. A promising group of young folks if ever there was. But you've sure done a lot of growing in the last 5 years, Elisa. You're taller and bigger. It does this old man's heart good to see how easy on the eyes you've become. Well, what? Grandfather, please. But forget about me. What have you been doing out here all this time? Back when you disappeared from Ruhr, I'd never have believed it if someone told me this is where I'd find you. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Oh, come now. I send you letters a couple times a year, don't I? And of course, I read all the ones you give to Sharon, too. Still... Have you been here the whole time these past 5 years? Just about. I don't stay year-round, though. I spend half the year traveling around the continent, seeing friends or visiting the Empire. I see. Mr. Reinford, would you mind if I asked how you know so much about our field study? It does raise an excellent point. It almost seems as though you were expecting us to pay you a visit. Well, it's just a coincidence the truck broke down when it did. But I admit, ever since Irina told me you were coming to the Highlands, I figured I'd see you at some point. You still talk to Mother? Yes, indeed. Though just the bare minimum. That girl's zeal for her work borders on unhealthy. What did I ever do to turn her into such a workaholic? Elisa? Anyway, we're all done with our coffee, so let's head on over to the settlement and have a look at that truck. Just wait outside a bit while I go grab my tools. Oh, actually, I caught a few good-sized trout. Can you take them over to the settlement when you go? Of course. First Sharon, then Mommy, and now Grandpa. Who's next? I wonder. So that's the former chairman of the Reinford Group. I knew of him by name, but he's a far more light-hearted man than I would have guessed. Indeed, he seems very easygoing. You could say what you really think. You're not going to hurt my feelings or anything. Everyone loves him because he's all laid back and approachable, but mostly he's just capricious and irresponsible. And then 5 years ago, he just... Elisa. Never mind. Let's get going. As soon as he's ready, we're heading back to the settlement. All right. Let's wait for him by the garage. Her 5 siblings, as she has failed to mention so far. Oh, that's even. Oh, that even looks better than their daytime. Just paint that. Paint it. That right there. Just get rid of rain. Just paint that and put it on a canvas, and we're good to go. Gaius, should we head back to the settlement? Hey Gaius, you're on pretty good terms with my grandfather then? Something like that. We've only known him for a couple of years, but all of us in the settlement owe him a lot. Myself included. Okay, we're good to go. You mind if I ride with one of you? Grandfather? You aren't driving? Nah, the engine's been acting up a bit lately, so I'd rather not. Besides, how could I pass up the chance to get to know my granddaughter's classmates a little better? Green, right? Got room for one more up there? Falcom really flexed their engines hard in this chapter. I mean, they did flex the horses, though. Why did he have to pick Reen? He better not be giving him any funny ideas. I'm sure that isn't the case. I'd feel a bit more at ease if you focused more on the reins, though. How's little Sharon doing these days? I heard she recently started working at your dormitory. That's right, I haven't had too much time to get to know her. But she seems really skilled at what she does. Oh, she is. Very much so. But more importantly, she's a real cutie. She always has that lovely, reserved air, but there's a playful side to her, too. I wish she'd sign on as my personal maid. That'd be the life. Really? Yeah. But that Emma girl is really nice, too. She's got those glasses. That hair you want to let down. Listen to this guy. And she's class pres material to boot. There's a smoldering homeroom hottie if I ever saw one. Oh my. He is definitely Master Roshi. Come on. You know you agree with me. Well, I can't really say that I disagree with you, but if you don't mind my asking, why did you never tell Elisa that you were here? Tell me, Reen. What kind of girl do you see her as? Well, I say she's a really hard worker in many great respects. Oh, I have no doubt of it. She's good looking, polite, as well mannered as any noble's daughter, intelligent. And that all comes naturally to her, if not some persona she forces on herself. Yeah, I'm amazed at how effortless she makes it all seem. And yet, she has a habit of trying to resolve everything without relying on anyone else for support. I'm sure it hasn't escaped the notice of a canny young man like yourself. It does feel like that sometimes, yeah. She's kind, and her sense of duty compels her to always see things through. But she always keeps everything bottled up, like she never wants to let on to anyone that she needs help with a problem. I'm Elisa. from Ruhr. It's not like I'm trying to make a big deal out of it or anything. It's just, if everyone knew, I'd make things awkward. It'd make things awkward between us, and I don't want that. I have a feeling the relations between her mother and I caused her to end up that way. Or, to be more specific, the conflict between the two of us. That's why I didn't tell her where I was. But I'll leave it up to her to fill in the details about that. I'm sure that once the two of you are in a bit closer, she'll tell you on her own. A bit closer? I have a feeling there's a critical misunderstanding going on here. I've said it many times, but welcome to Coom Steel. Oh, is that so? I thought there was a little something going on between you two after seeing your name come up in one of her letters. Oh my. Hello. Well, we did have that unfortunate accident back at the start of the year. Oh my. I should probably put a cooldown on that. But that's all it was. We eventually got it sorted out. Nothing's really happened since. An accident, eh? Did you accidentally collide with her on your way to school, causing her to drop the toast she held? Oh, that was great. Best random sound yet. I spit at my dog. And as the dust cleared, did the two of you find yourselves sprawled on the ground in an unlikely yet heart-racing position? That's a really oddly specific question. That, Blunt, is Careless Whisper. Oh, poor dragon, your coffee. But I don't know what kind of heart-racing position you're... So, something really did happen, didn't it? Now, just tell old Gwen here all about it. I want every last juicy detail. Grandfather, please. Oh god, that was great.
Hey, isn't that...
Oh, is this blue-haired girl? It is.
Ooh, it's those military academy students. I wonder what they're doing all the way out here. Oh well. Looks like things are gonna start getting interesting. Okay, let's get this mission started! Sheesh. Gramps and the others can be so unreasonable sometimes.
Oh god, Navasa, thank you for that clip. Could you, if you wouldn't mind, could you please post that in Discord? I'll add that to the rotation. That night, the people of the settlement held a banquet at the Elder's house for us, Gwen, and Norton. God damn it. You know you had to? Someone was going to. I don't know what we'd do without you, Gwen. Here's to you, my friend. And to you. Come on, Locken. This booze isn't going to drink itself. Yes, yes. I can still hardly believe it. Finding the famous Gwen Reinford out in the sticks like this. You know him then? Of course. He seized on the opportunities of the Orbital Revolution to make Reinford the industrial powerhouse it is today. And it's only gotten bigger since his daughter took over. The Reinford Company was originally an arms manufacturer, making their name on firearms and such. They underwent a massive expansion of their lineup and started working on orbital weapons and railway projects. I suppose that's what it must have looked like to nobility. But the company does business all across the continent, not just domestically. Gwen has a refreshingly international outlook on the Erebonian for an Erebonian businessman. I see. I knew he was a keen man, but I didn't realize he was that famous. The real mystery is why someone would walk away from that in the first place. Some people say he got ill and had no choice but to stand down, but look at him now. He's the picture of health. So maybe there's some truth to that old rumor after all. Oh? What do you mean? Just something I heard a long time ago. No real proof of it, and we at the Imperial Chronicle aren't in the business of printing baseless speculation. Elisa? Oof. I think my eyes were were bigger than my stomach. I'm going to go out and get a little fresh air, okay? All right. Are we gonna follow her? Elisa? Reen, Elisa's going out to get some fresh air. Would you mind going and keeping her company? Not at all. But why me? You're the class president after all. You'd make for better company. No. Trust me. I think you're definitely the best man for the job. I think this has been the best field study so far. Oh, it definitely has. No questions. It definitely has. Well, if you say so. All right, I'll be back in a little while then.
I'm such an idiot. What am I even doing?
Wow, would you look at that view? Amazing, isn't it, Elisa? It's so pretty. Come on, you two. We need to get going. We're running behind schedule. Now, let them have their fun. It's not often you have a day off like this. Why not try and relax for once? Oh, it's definitely because we're the main character. You love Nord personally? It's big. Everything is bigger in Nord. Can we make that like a new thing? Reen has to earn that plot armor.
Elisa?
Oh, Reen. Well, what are you doing out here? Did you eat too much?
My mouth says no, but my stomach's thinking yes. You doing okay? You seem a bit unsteady there.
Nothing like that. I'm just feeling a little out of it. I'm just going to stay out here for a while and get some fresh air. Then I'll be Whoa! Sorry about that.
The plot thickens.
See? What did I tell you? We've been riding all day. I'm not surprised you're feeling tired. Riding a horse really takes it out of you.
You see me having a Gaius emote that animates wind? We have 10, well, actually, we have a batch of emotes. I have a nice few emotes being made.
I guess you're right. Why didn't that occur to me before?
Hey, Elisa, look up at the sky.
Huh? Oh, wow.
They're gonna have a moment.
You know, I didn't even notice it last night because we turned in so early. But now that we know, if you're out here to get some air, better to take in the starlight than look at the ground, right?
You're right.
Not all of them are going to be on. We're gonna vote on what ones are
My
going
father
where.
was a technician. 8 years ago, he passed away. My family was never really the same after that. Mother was director of the company back then. She focused all of her energy on making the Rhineford Group even bigger. She used to treasure our family, but after that, it's like she could barely spare a thought for us.
Oh. She did seem like a talented businesswoman when we met her. Well, more than talented to run the Rhineford Group.
What you saw in Ruhr Station was just a watered-down version of her normal intensity. We'd be able to have dinner together maybe once every 3 months, and that's being generous. But at least I wasn't alone. Grandfather and Sharon were always there for me.
That's how it was, huh? I guess you've known Sharon for a long time then.
I mean, who doesn't want treats?
Yeah, my mother hired her about 7 years ago. Being a Rhineford and all, I never had many people I could really call friends when I was young. The nobles looked down on me, of course, but the common people treated me like I was different from them, too. At least with my grandfather and Sharon around, I never felt totally alone. Grandfather introduced me to all kinds of different hobbies, like horseback riding and playing the violin. Sharon taught me self-defense and archery, and all the high society etiquette expected of a lady. Meanwhile, my mother kept expanding the company completely against the wishes of my grandfather, the chairman.
I see. Though, hasn't Rhineford always been a big industrial company?
Kind of, yeah. Even back then, they took on projects in all fields, from steel mills to railway construction to guns and tanks.
Speaking of that, Daramus, I'll say something after.
It's not surprising there are people out there who like to call the company a merchant of death. I can't say I completely agree with that side of the company, but I've never felt embarrassed or ashamed about it. But a few years ago, the Rhineford Group finally went too far.
What do you mean?
Those 2 railway guns set up in Gorelia Fortress on the eastern edge of the Empire? You know about those, right?
That was their doing, yes.
Yeah, I've heard of them. They're supposed to have the longest range of any orbital cannon in the world.
I've only seen their spec sheets, but the destruction they're capable of is terrifying. Erebonia's still fighting with Calvert over Crossbell, and those guns are capable of targeting any point in Crossbell State. In just a couple hours, they could wipe Crossbell City and its 500,000 citizens off the map.
Where was 500,000 citizens in that city? Please tell me. Because we did not see that many.
No way. That's way beyond being a weapon of war. More like an instrument of massacre.
I couldn't agree more. And neither could my grandfather, who supervised their construction. Even though my mother was the one who signed off on the project, my grandfather regretted it like the decision was his. As he was hesitating over whether to hand them over to the Imperial Army, my mother betrayed him.
What?
Oh.
She went behind his back and secured the support of all of Rhineford's major shareholders. Everyone from Ruhr's ruling lord Marquis Ragnar to the top brass of the Imperial Army was on her side. In the face of such overwhelming pressure from all sides, my grandfather was forced to capitulate. He stepped down as chairman, and my mother wasted no time taking his place.
Wow.
That's when my grandfather decided to leave the company entirely, and me. I thought I'd at least have Sharon on my side, but she just did whatever my mother told her to do. It's been 5 years since then already.
Oh. I think I get it now. Why she gets under your skin, I mean. It's not so much what your mother did, but how it ended up tearing your family apart.
Yeah. I couldn't believe my mother would betray her own father. I couldn't believe grandfather would take it without fighting back. I couldn't believe Sharon, who'd always supported me, watched it all happen without a word of protest. It really drove it home to me. How big the Rhineford group was now, and how small I was. I hated realizing it had become so large that corporate interests were stronger than family ties. Looking back, I guess that's when I decided I'd leave home and enroll in the academy. Even when I ran, I couldn't go far enough to escape my mother's shadow, or the Rhineford name. Then I come here and find my grandfather happily enjoying a whole new life without a care in the world. When I stepped outside, I was feeling so lost, so frustrated, wondering what I'd been doing all this time. But it's kind of strange, you know? I look up at the stars and it feels like I can escape the gravity of everything.
Of course, she raises her left hand. How many people are employed at Mishalem? 3. Or 42, actually. The answer is 42. The answer to everything is 42. It's a good surprise, too, but I've talked to other fans about it, and basically you pretty much expel only showed a fraction of the whole city. Gotcha.
I think I'm finally starting to understand why my grandfather chose to leave it all behind and move out here in the first place.
You really are strong, Elisa. Stronger than you realize. You were finally ready to talk about it. About your family and the company and everything. So, maybe you found what you were looking for to move past that, right?
Maybe you're right.
Your imagination. Welcome in. How are you? Love this game. It's been a bit since I was here, and I think this might be the first time I've chatted. Well, glad to have you. I hope you've been enjoying the playthrough.
But I don't think I would have been able to if I hadn't enrolled at the academy. Meeting everyone in Class 7, the lacrosse club, you...
Oh my.
I'm a better person for it. Your support has already made a difference. So, thanks. Thanks for worrying about me. And thanks for reminding me to look up, not down.
Anytime. Though, truth be told, I came to check on you because Emma asked me to.
Wow, way to fuck it up, Reen. Way to fuck it up.
Sorry to ruin the moment.
Hey, at least he said he was sorry, okay?
I thought that might be the case. Oh well, there's always next time.
Next time.
It's kind of strange to hear you tell me I'm strong.
Never gonna get out of that friend zone with an answer like that, right? Right? Reen, you had one job, and you couldn't do it. We love sundeers, kudeers, and yandeers the most. I don't know about that.
Because I could say the same thing about you. You always seem to get thrust into the role of leader. Someone we can count on to keep us on track.
I guess running errands on all my free days is really helping me buckle down. Still, I feel like I've got a long way to go. Especially when I keep running from myself.
Just put the hands together.
Huh?
You know as you want to.
Remember back in Keldic? I said that I came to the academy to find myself. But sometimes, I wonder if maybe I just wanted to get away.
He has so many options. Options, yes, I agree that options have to be kept open, but come on, really?
From my family, from myself.
Oh. Do you not get along well with your family?
Oh, I do. I'm not their real son, but my parents always loved me like I was. My sister and I, we've had our differences, especially lately, but we still get along pretty well. No, the problem's just with me.
Rean. Still, I suppose the fact you were finally ready to talk about it means that maybe you found what you were looking for to move past that, right?
Way to turn the words around.
Who'd have thought I'd have the chance to feed you your own good advice so soon? I can't believe you can just say things like that with a straight face.
Got him.
Maybe being on the receiving end every now and then will do you some good.
Look at those eyes. Look at the eyes that Elisa has right now. She is so satisfied with this.
All right, you got me. I admit defeat. But yeah, I guess I'm starting to figure things out in my own way.
Goose Hat's coming back tomorrow.
Maybe enrolling at Thoris was the first thing I'd done right in a long time. I ended up in Class 7. And now, all of us are out here like this, spending time together.
Yeah, I like that. I hope the things we learned during our field studies can help us all make a difference in the world. So... Wait, all of us?
How long were they there? How long were they there?
You two were gone so long that we started to get a little worried.
Look at that smirk on Eustace's face. Just look at it. He is so pleased at this right now.
No way! How long have you been listening?
She's so embarrassed.
Still, I suppose the fact that you were finally ready to talk about it means that maybe you found what you were looking for to move past that, right?
Stop! Rean, he was the one who said it first. I was just repeating it back to him.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, Elisa, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Are you sure?
Honestly, you touched my heart.
I apologize for eavesdropping on you, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad I did.
How did I end up in the middle of this anyway?
The embarrassing Elisa moments. I love it.
Fine, if that's how you want to play it. None of you are getting any sleep until you've shared all your most embarrassing secrets.
What? I don't...
You wish.
Seems like you did well.
Hey, we moved up a base.
Honestly, I feel like she helped me more than I helped her. Hey,
You both moved up a base.
Hmm?
this is a really beautiful place.
Yeah, ain't it?
Guys, I already figured it out. Yes. Elisa can now use the S-Craft Rosetta Arrow.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Oh, that was ingenuity.
Keep up the good work.
One and a half base? Maybe second? Maybe second base. Okay. Oh, 2:55 hours. Shift's almost over. No sign of anything suspicious or anything at all, really. Why do we even do this every day? You know what the point of having a sentry is, right? Oh, hey, you're early. But come on now, you've got to get where I'm coming from, at least a little. I could understand if we were posted near Crossbell, but who's going to start a war out here in the boondocks? You never know, right? Perhaps the fact that you've never expect it would make it a perfect place to start a war. Besides, Lieutenant General Vander says we need to stay on alert, and he knows the situation better than we do. Well, Lieutenant General's a great man, yeah. But what are those big shots from the 3rd Armored Division doing stationed in some backwater place like this anyway? You think that rumor's true? That he got posted here because he wouldn't help the Blood and Iron Chancellor? Watch what you say. That kind of idle gossiping is how rumors get wings. Fine, fine. Such a killjoy. Anyway, you got things covered here? I want to get some sleep. Got a few minutes left of my shift, but you're here and hey, who's counting? Honestly. Wait, what was that? What the? What happened? Did they just get shelled? Who had the order to attack? No one. I've heard nothing of the sort. Zender Gate needs to know about the... What the? No way. An enemy attack? Where's it coming from? No. Oh, adios. So it's rather going to be the girl. Delete save data? What? Why would I want to delete save data? Think these writers watched Full Metal Alchemist? Possibly. Possibly. Navasa with them clips. Same day, 6:30. As you click delete by accident, I hope not. That would be horrible. That was a great meal. I don't think I could bother I don't think I could eat another bite. After how much we ate yesterday, I'm surprised we were still able to pack away this much food. Well, you're all growing boys and girls, so eat up. Running takes a lot of energy, so I'd say eating like this is normal after a day out on the plains. Would anyone like more? I should probably refrain. If there's any chicken left, we can wrap it in bamboo and take it with us. Who knows, we might need something to gnaw on while we're out there today. Oh, okay. Let me help too. I'll pour the leftover tea into some containers for you. Ah, thanks. You really are too kind. You're our guests. What kind of hosts will we be if we didn't treat you as such? Anyway, here's the grand list of tasks you'll be tending to today. A large unknown monster has been seen around the northern part of the Highlands. It must be exterminated at all costs. Southwest area of the Northern Highlands near a cliff edge. I figured it couldn't hurt to give you a fewer than yesterday. Feel free to take advantage of that extra time to do whatever strikes your fancy. Maybe go off the beaten path a bit. Understood. Thank you again for everything. Do you want to spend some more time with your grandfather today, Elisa? It sounds like you weren't able to spend much time with him yesterday. Gwen stayed in the Elder's home yesterday, right? I imagine he ought to be up and about soon. We'd have no objection to completing this morning's task without you if you wish to spend more time with him. But But Lockin, are you there? Elder? Yes, I'm here. Oh, good morning. Good grandfather. Norton? Morning, everyone. Sorry to intrude. Judging by the looks on your faces, it seems not all is well. I'm afraid you're right. We received word from Zender Gate just a short while ago. They say the Imperial Army's watchtower has been attacked. What? Sounds like it all happened in the middle of the night. And that's not the last of it either. The Republican Army base has been attacked too. This isn't going to be pretty. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What are we gonna do? Oh boy. Really need to continue Cold Steel 3. I haven't continued it over 3 months. I'm not stopping until we get through them all. The story is just too, what's the word I'm looking for? It's too entrapping, if that's a word. You know, it just pulls you in, and you. Yeah, it's just me with the way these stories go. Guy's such a weirdo. A JRPG party member with a completely normal and total alive family, right? Right? Airborne Armored Division being sent out first as always, I see. I suppose it's only a matter of time before they give the order to the Armored Regiment 2. Lieutenant General? We've confirmed the deaths of 2 of the guards. A further 3 have sustained serious injuries, but we've been able to stabilize their condition. I see. Have the medics see to them the second they arrive. Yes, sir. Contact Zender Gate. Prepare the 3rd Armored Division for deployment. I want all armored vehicles ready to move before I return. You played the first 2 on PS3, so you missed out on a lot, like the extra voice acting then. Hey, you sure you don't need us to help? I appreciate your willingness, but we'll be fine. We're used to the procedures for moving the settlement in case of an emergency. The same goes for you, Gaius. I assume you'll be heading to Zender Gate to learn more about the current situation from Lieutenant General Vander. Not as a citizen of Nord, but as a student of Thor's military academy. I will. Will you be staying here, Grandfather? I will. I can use the truck after all. And since I was here anyway, I might as well do what I can to get the settlement ready to move. All right. Please take care of yourself. Didn't they voice extra lines, though, for the PS4 version? I'm sorry, Elder Lacan. I feel terrible that I can't help you when you need it most. You have your own job to do. There's no need to worry about us. May the blessings of the wind and the goddess be with you all. Take care. We will. We must make for Zender Gate at once. Indeed. We need to find out as much as we can about what happened. The photographer Norton accompanied the party. The northern reaches of the Nord Highlands are temporarily inaccessible, so I can't do that quest. Lovely. Gotcha. Excuse me, Lockin. We'd like to ask some questions about the monster you want us to exterminate. Sure, ask away. While it's not a required task, it can't hurt to know more about it just in case. In that case, we would like to know about the monster itself. Based on the request, it's a type of monster no one's ever seen before. Yes, I can confirm that as of this morning, in fact, just its figure alone is a mystery. What I saw there was no ordinary monster, but a giant made of stone. A giant made of stone? That sounds remarkably similar to the golems from old fairy tales. We have legends of such a creature as well. Now that you mention it, that monster was strikingly similar to what's described in those stories. That's just bizarre. I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too. We should probably get rid of it quickly before anything happens. That's exactly why I decided to assign you this task. If you're going after it, head over to the southwestern area of the Highlands, northern region. However, keep in mind that there's no need to force yourself should it prove to be more dangerous than anticipated. Got it. Thanks for the information, Dad. Either way, we should go and get a look at it ourselves at least. We can decide what to do after that. Be careful out there. May the blessings of the winds and the goddess be with you. So we can't do that yet, so that's fine. That's fine. I'm really sorry to put you guys up to this. You've already helped me out more than enough yesterday. No problem. Don't sweat it. This must be the kind of breaking news every press photographer dreams of being on the scene for. Still, it bothers me. How is it possible that both the Imperial and Republican bases were attacked at the same time? Do you think one attacked first and the other swiftly retaliated? No time to think about that right now. We need to hurry. We need to get to Zender Gate as fast as we can. Right. But whoa, don't ride too roughly. Oh yeah, I wanted to see this. Magic attack set, align, medium, mute 100%. Okay. Well, we'll test it out later. Ride on, Gilbert, ride on. Make haste for Zender Gate. I love this scenery.
That's one of the Imperial Army's airships.
This situation is looking worse by the minute.
We need to hurry.
We're going, we're going.
Those are armored cars from the Imperial Army.
Damn, this isn't looking good.
Looks like the Imperial Army's 3rd Armored Division. And it appears they're preparing for deployment. Thanks, everyone. Let me go see if I can get permission to start taking photographs. I wonder where Lieutenant General Vander could be. We need to find him so we can tell, so he can tell us what's going on here. I suspected you might show up. Lieutenant General, did you have some business to attend to elsewhere, sir? I thought I'd conduct another sweep of the area as a precaution, But never mind that now. You came at the perfect time. 3 chapters in, things are spicing up. I'm loving this. This is what I longed for. We got the story and the character build up now, and it's just like, yes, get into the action. A freight train bound for Ruhr departs 30 minutes from now. I want you all on board that train. Finish up your field study as quickly as you can and return to the academy. What? But sir, while things ultimately depend on the actions of the Republican Army, the bottom line is that we may be mere hours away from armed conflict with Calvard Republic. I've already informed everyone in the settlement. Did they not relay the message to you? Be that as it may, we can't just turn tail and pretend none of this is happening. Lieutenant General, have you established which side attacked first? Gaius, that's the central question here. It's still under investigation. You have my assurance that the Imperial Army did not attack. We did not make the first move, nor have we retaliated. However, our army's watchtower was destroyed and several guards lost their lives. As the officer in charge of Zender Gate, I have a duty to act. So there really were fatalities. Let's presume, for the sake of arguments, that the damage sustained by the Republican Army's base was in fact deliberate sabotage by their own forces. How bad was the damage? Several of their facilities suffered major structural damage. Their losses appear to be, at minimum, equal to ours. Honestly, I'd estimate them to be far greater. But if they suffered even more damage than we did, that doesn't make any sense. I'm afraid we've long since passed the point where leisurely discussing our possibilities was an option. I will do all I can to avoid full-scale war, but we're prepared for the possibility of armed conflict, and I suspect they are as well. But that just seems so wrong. If that's your opinion, Lieutenant General, will you at least allow me the chance to investigate what happened on my own? Gaius? Investigate on your own? As I'm sure you're aware, I know the Highlands like the back of my hand. When someone attempts to threaten the peace of my homeland, I won't rest until I've unearthed the truth behind what's happening. You're serious. We'll do everything we can to help you. I think this falls within the scope of our field study too. No, wait. This is the people of Nord's problem. There's no reason for you all to stay here and risk getting caught in the crossfire. A classmate and friend is staying behind. Isn't that reason enough? I am a son of the House of Alberea. I would never disgrace the honor of my family name by fleeing in the face of danger. Besides, it seems like your people have done a lot for my grandfather. Gaius, do you remember what you said to us back in Heimdall Station? The most important thing is that we all come back safe and sound. Everything else is secondary. It appears you've lost this one, Gaius. Lieutenant General, It's currently 10:05. I will permit you until 12:30 to conduct your investigation. I will do everything in my power to postpone any potential conflict until at least then. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Then we haven't a moment to waste. We should begin by visiting the watchtower that was attacked. That sounds like a good place to start. We'll miss out on AP, right? The devs certainly learned to pick up the pace with the previous arcs. Yes, they did. Someone already asked if Jeff was familiar with who General Zex was when he first displayed in Cold Steel. Does Zex look a bit familiar? Bradley? King Bradley, and well, the name, I always think of Zex Marquise from Gun Wing.
Really, I appreciate it more than you know.
It's no big deal, honestly.
I agree with Elisa. We're classmates after all. And more than that, we're friends.
Well, this is clearly of great importance to you.
I know you want to protect your people, but that's not the only reason you're doing this, is it?
You got me. It ties back into why I accepted the Lieutenant General's recommendation and entered the Academy too. I'm sure each of you feels the same about your own homes, but I love this land with all my heart.
I think he was in Sky SC.
The wind racing across the highlands, the vast mountain peaks, the clear blue of the sky, the breathtaking beauty of the rising sun, the melancholy of the sunset, the twinkling of the stars in the twilight. I love everything about this land of Nord. It's part of who I am.
Wow. I guess it hadn't sunk in how much Nord means to you.
I'm certainly attached to Ruhr, but
I can't think of anyone else who would state their love for their homeland so poetically.
If you love it so much, why did you leave it behind? If you truly love Nord, if Nord is such a part of you, what is it that drove you to enroll in a military academy in a foreign land so far away?
Whoever does the writing does not get paid enough. I agree, because this is fantastic writing.
I'm not surprised you'd find it strange.
Yes, that's right, Navasa. That is correct.
To be honest, I'm still not totally sure what compelled me to do it. Back when I was a kid, the Republican Army built a base in the Eastern Plains.
Because he moved from the southern part near Liberl up to here.
And the Imperial Army responded in kind with their watchtower. It's made me more uneasy with every passing year. Years ago, a traveling priest from the Septian Church taught me all about the history of the continent. One thing that stood out to me was just how many lives have been lost during the conflicts between the major powers. Another major theme was just how profound of an impact the Orbital Revolution had on people's lives.
That's what I love about this Navasa.
Even the concepts of time and distance have changed so much. In effect, the Orbital Revolution shrunk the world. It made me realize a sad truth, one that kind of scares me even now, that there was no guarantee my homeland could stay at peace forever. That one day, it might be drawn into outsiders' conflicts and be occupied and redistricted into oblivion.
I can't believe you were thinking about such weighty things even as a kid.
So then,
It was, yes, yes.
you joined the Academy in order to learn more about the outside world that posed a threat to your homeland?
Yeah, something along those lines. When I realized how afraid I was, I knew I couldn't close my eyes. I wanted to do something, anything, to protect this land. As luck would have it, I met the Lieutenant General. He's the one who told me about Thor's military academy. One thing led to another, he offered me a recommendation, and before I knew it, I took him up on his offer. So there I was, green as grass, heading off to study abroad despite having no clue what life in the Empire was like. Thinking back on how it all came together, what you said is probably what I was thinking back then.
Honestly, I've yet to hear a student offer a more galvanizing reason than yours for enrolling at the academy.
I have to agree. I don't know too many people who love their home so much that they'd leave it behind to find a way to protect it.
it's not a sentiment I can imagine many Erebonians feeling, that's for sure. But I think I finally understand.
Nice.
Elisa?
Just an idle thought. But having heard Gaius pour his heart out to us, there's no way we can just walk away from this. Not after the people of Nord gave us such a warm welcome and treated us like family.
Indeed, I couldn't have asked for more.
Agreed. We'll get to the bottom of what's going on here and stop war from breaking out.
Nord may not be our home, but it's still an important neighbor. I'll do what I can to aid you.
Thanks, all of you. Really, thank you.
So Eustace, you're gonna stay on the sidelines, right? I think it's soon time for a beverage. Actually, it is time for a beverage. Un momento, folks. That is a big jackpot. That is a big jackpot. And I have beverage. You can see it's shell damage everywhere. It's even worse than I'd feared. They've confirmed casualties too. I didn't think I'd ever have to see anything like this. As students at a military academy, things like this are always within realm of possibility. No one has won yet, no. Although, I hardly expected my first sight of such devastation to be the spark that ignites war with Calvard. This may be too much for students like us to handle. No. We've all been in situations that looked impossible before, haven't we? And every time we've come through. We just have to stay calm and think. I'm sure we can do something here. You're right. True. We should focus on doing what we can. Whatever we decide to do, we need to get a better grasp of the situation. Yeah, let's find out who's in charge and get their permission to start our investigation. I see. If Lieutenant General Vander has given you his permission, I see no reason to refuse. Thank you. However, I want to make it clear that armed conflict with Calvard could begin at any moment. We've got our hands full staying on guard for any potential threat from the east. I'll permit you to speak with the soldiers here, but don't get in the way of them doing their duties. Understood? Okay, let's get started. We should start by speaking with the soldiers by assessing the damage. That seems wise. When we've gathered all the information we need, we can start piecing it together. Right, let's go. I lost some good friends last night. I'm still having trouble getting over it. Rowan might have been the hardest working soldier here. Can't believe he's just gone. Please, do what you can with your investigation. This is awful. It really is. It looks like they got hit hard. And to think there were casualties. You know the Imperial Army isn't going to sit and twiddle their thumbs after suffering an attack like this. They have their image to uphold after all. Hey, Looks like most of the damage is concentrated on the south side of the building. You think whoever carried out the attack could have done it from the highlands? It seems very likely. But where on the plains could they launch an attack like that from? Well, the highlands are incredibly vast. We need some kind of clue to even know where to start looking. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to find something here that'll point us in the right direction. I keep telling Zats and Manning to get some rest, but they just won't listen. Can't say that I blame them though. They're the only ones who survived the attack without suffering major injuries after all. How's the situation with the Republican army? Looks like they're hustling over there. We've confirmed a number of armored vehicles entering and exiting the area. We've heard their base got hit pretty badly too. And even from over here, it sure looks that way. The Lieutenant General said that the Republican base got hit at least as hard as the Watchtower, if not harder. But we believe they were responsible for that as well. They needed an excuse to attack us, and that sure as hell looks like one. Do you really think it's true? That much damage seems awfully excessive. He probably just got overzealous with the explosives. Doesn't make much difference either way. If they're brazen enough to attack us, we'll blow them back across the border. Soldiers here all seem to have their doubts, but without any hard evidence, we're not going to be able to convince them anything. We should reconsider the possibility that this was a deliberate act of sabotage by Calvart's forces. We need to re-establish our surveillance of the Republican army as soon as possible. From now on, we of the 3rd Armored Division will be stationed here to take over the surveillance duties. First and foremost, though, we need to get a thorough understanding of what's going on here. We need to focus our vigilance towards the east. You have my permission to conduct an investigation and speak with my man, blah, 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 blah. We've already done that. Gotcha. Understood. Rowan, why'd you go and die on me? That's... He seems pretty down. Can't say I don't understand how he feels, though. It was right when the shifts changed. Rowan came out to relieve me, and I was chattering away with him like always. That's when the first shell hit us. Must have been around 3 in the morning. So it started around 3 then. Right in the middle of the night. I was on lookout. I should have noticed something was off, but that explosive completely took me by surprise. I was so sure nothing would ever happen out here that when something actually did, I was totally useless. If I just paid a bit more attention, if I'd been a better soldier, Rowan might still be with us now. It's not your fault. None of us could have predicted that something like this would happen. You can hardly blame yourself for the lack of vigilance after being stationed in a peaceful area like this for so long. They attacked in the dead of night, knowing your guard would be down. I wonder if it really was the Republican army's doing after all. We need more information before we can say for sure. No, I don't think it was them. There was something else that happened before we came under attack. We heard an explosion coming from the Republican army's base. When we looked, we saw smoke pouring from it. What? We knew that both bases were attacked, but did both attacks really happen around the same time? If that's so, it's unlikely that either army was responsible. Who is responsible then? We should keep this in mind as we piece things together. We're investigating. Investigating. I'm from the 1st Engineer Squad of the 3rd Armored Division. We brought a lot of tools and materials to help clear away the rubble, but you're welcome to use them if you want. I can sell you some of our materials or tune your ordnance too. We got a mystery to solve. Okay, Greggy. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh. Seal and mute. Okay. Green pendulum. I'm imagining Scooby-Doo characters and trails with Fred in the Septian Church. Thanks. You're welcome, Daramus. You are kindly welcome. Interesting. Okay. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Huh? Is this? What's up, Elisa? Is there something unusual about that scrap of metal? I knew it. This is a mortar shell manufactured by the Reinford Company. Are you sure? Yeah, I've seen them before on the assembly line. There are only a couple of models capable of firing this kind of shell. I would suggest that the mortar used to fire it was also made by the Reinford Company. But if we assume that's true, it seems much less likely that the Republic was responsible. True. Why would the Republican Army use a weapon made in the Empire? It doesn't make much sense to me. Even if we account for deception, it seems unlikely that Calvard would go this far to conceal their involvement. Though considering the stakes, we can't entirely rule out the possibility. What's up, Beckgard? Welcome in. How are you? Happy Friday. Still, this might prove to be an important clue to solving this mystery. I think that's all the info we can gather here. I think so too. Now we need to analyze what we've learned. First, we should establish a good picture of what was happening when the attack occurred. Having a good one? I am doing fantastic. Loving this. It seems like the best place to start. So, first of all, what time did the actual attack on the watchtower happen? 3 a.m. It was 3 a.m. Yes, that's what the guard told us. That wasn't all that was going on then. That's right, the Republican Army's base also came under attack. And according to the Lieutenant General, they suffered even greater damage than what happened here. I think we can safely discount the possibility that the Republican Army bombed their own forces then. But there's no evidence that the Imperial Army launched an attack either. All we know is that both attacks happened and both sides took heavy damage. However, as Elisa said, we have no evidence to suggest that either side was responsible. If we accept that as a fact, the most likely scenario is that the responsibility lies with another party entirely. So you think a third party is working behind the scenes to provoke both countries into starting a war? Tensions between the Empire and the Republic are always high. But compared to the other areas of similar political value, the North Highlands have always been peaceful. I can conceive of no reason either country would have decided to break that peace last night. I agree. If anything, it seems that the negatives would outweigh the positives for both parties. If this were Crossbell, it might be a different story, but here? Now that you mention it, we found something else on the attack, about the attack on the watchtower, didn't we? Something that seemed to point to the third party's involvement? Something else odd about the attack on the watchtower. I bet she's referring to this. The weapon that was used? You're talking about the mortars used for the attack, right? Exactly. It looks like the orbital mortars they used in the attack were an old Reinford model, and I, for one, find it pretty unlikely that the Republican army is packing Erebonian-made weapons. Indeed. They have little reason to be considering the Republic has its own major orbital technology manufacturer. I think Cold Steel 1 and 2 are my favorite of Cold Steel series. Nice. I've been loving it so far. I can't wait to go through them all. Is Campy causing trouble again? Freaking Campy. I hope we don't see him for a while. Actually, in this game, he's probably in Crossbell, or heading to Crossbell, so. The Verne Company, as I recall. Yeah, the Verne Company is responsible for manufacturing most of the arms used in the Republican Army. Then there's the fact that the mortars used here is old. The Imperial Army hasn't used this model for years. I've heard that military surplus sometimes makes its way onto the black market and ends up in the hands of mercenaries. Knowing that, it seems unlikely that either army chose to use it to cover their tracks. Quite. However, there is a far more pressing question we need to answer. What do you mean? Ah, I know where you're going. We need to know where the attack was launched from in the first place. That's going to be difficult to work out. But without the vital detail, our speculation thus far is for naught. Next month, the official release of Zero. I can't wait for everybody who is hyped for that to come to the West. If we intend to avert a war, we need more than speculation. We need conclusive evidence. Agreed. But the Highlands are far too vast to strike out searching blindly, especially with the Lieutenant General's deadline rapidly approaching. It would have to be centralized, wouldn't it? Actually, we may not have to start our search blind. If Elisa and Gaius will lend me a hand, I may be able to help. Huh? What do you have in mind? If I can factor the location of the damage together with the speed and the trajectory of the mortar shells, and then take into account of the Highlands winds, I may be able to estimate the area from the mortar which is fired, or potentially anyway. Oh, she's gonna use physics. Are you serious? Sounds easier said than done. I'll do what I can. Are you familiar with specifics of the shell that was used? I think so. It's an old model, but I should be able to give you some rough data. That should be plenty. Anyway, let's have another look at those damaged areas to start our calculations. Please come with me, everyone. Right. AP increased by 1. Math? No, not math. Physics. Physics. Also, like, harder math. Yeah, okay. We'll give that to you, Stormclaw. All right, I think I've calculated a rough location. I believe the mortar was fired from a location to the south of here. Using the map as a reference point, that means it was likely launched from somewhere in this area. And according to my calculation, the launch site shouldn't be too far from here. Oh, wow. I can't believe you managed to work that out. That's well beyond the level mathematics we cover in class. I'll enjoy watching Regnitz really sweat it out trying to best you on our next midterm. Just a little applied physics. I told you, physics. I couldn't have done it without Elisa and Gaius' help. It looks like we've got a nice big piece of the puzzle right in our hands. Sure seems like it. Let's take off and start looking. Right. Green and the others reported their findings to the soldier in charge and asked him to relay the intel to Zender Gate. Afterward, they set out on horseback to begin their search. Alright, let's start looking for where the mortar was actually fired from. If what Emma calculated is correct, it should be fired from a point south of the watchtower. And most likely from a point that's easy to overlook so that it's not found out. Let's see if we can find anywhere that fits that description. We'll likely need to rely on the map to help us. I wonder if the culprit could still be there. Regardless, we should see what we can find. Is it just obvious that, you know, the Stonehenge, the Trail Stonehenge thing is in the picture? Because I'm pretty sure that, you know, that's probably where we have to go. So that's where we're to. Yeah, so let's make our way over there.
Yeah.
It seems obvious, so let's do that. If my calculations are right, there's no chance that the mortar was fired from this direction. Let's turn back and look elsewhere. Damn it! Maybe I was wrong. Oh, damn it. I was wrong. Use the map, Jeff. Use the map. Hey, over there. You found something? What's a rope ladder doing all the way up here? I can hardly believe its presence here to be mere chance. Did the people of Nord use this area for anything? Not that I've ever known of. This just got that much more suspicious then. Perhaps the mortar was fired from somewhere up here? It definitely seems worth a look. I'm just not sure how we're going to get up there. We can't really reach a rope ladder from down here. I see no way to climb up the face itself either. If you have any suggestions, now would be a fine time. I believe I have an idea. What if we made use of Elisa's Orbal bow? My bow? How? Well, if you were able to hit the cord that's tying the rope ladder, perhaps it would unroll itself, allowing us to climb up. I'm glad you think I'm that good of a shot, but I really don't see it working. It was just a thought. Well, it's not like we have any better ideas. Why not give it a try? True enough. And time is one resource we don't have much of right now. Searching for some manner of tool to pull it down would cost us precious time as well. I can't really argue with that. All right, here goes nothing. She's just that good of a shot. But wait, what? It actually worked. You seem to have the makings of a great hunter. It seems this day is for lucky shots. We'll have to start calling her Quick Draw Elisa. Was I just imagining things, or did that arrow glow for a second? Well, now that we can reach the ladder, why don't we go have a look up top of the cliff? Didn't even need a Latin this time, no. Yeah, let's see what's up there. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look. It's the mortars. There. Exactly the smoking gun we were looking for, too. Well, well. Old Orbital mortars. All Reinford models, too. And it looks like they've been reused recently. So this is where they were hiding them. I can see why they chose this place. Who would think to look here? They must have fled the area after firing them last night, leaving the launchers where they are. But unfortunately, these alone do not furnish enough evidence to avert the war. You're right, unfortunately. We just had a bit more evidence. Still, this is a solid step forward for our investigation. Perhaps we should return to Zender Gate and let the Lieutenant General know? That sounds like a good idea. Alright, let's go report. There. Isn't that... Is that flying object we saw fleeing from Auroch's fort near Bereahard? There's no mistaking something that strange, and it looks like it's carrying something. It can't be coincidence that they showed up now of all times. They're heading northwest, and we're going after them. Right. Settle up. Chase and find the floating silver object before the time runs out.
Yeah! We can't let them get away!
Right. We need to overtake them. Crap, they're fast.
Just don't lose sight of them.
Okay, he's going that way. I see where they're going. Okay. A timer, right? Wrong way. I am not going to get there. If I do, it'll be lucky.
Down near the stone circle?
There's no escape for them now.
Yeah!
Not with that attitude? Thanks. Very big vote of confidence there, guys. We made it. How's Barbie Adventure Riding Club treating you? Wow, Neil. Wow. Wow. I definitely saw them land around here. They can fly, so I'm pretty sure they can escape anytime they want. Probably, yeah. I could send someone up ahead. Really? Yeah, I'm betting that's that thing we're chasing. Ah. So our quarry is finally within reach. I think it was carrying a young girl. Well, we'll find out what we're dealing with soon enough. AP increased by 1. Nice. Safety save. There they are. She really does look like a child. But what is that silver construct with her? Oh my lord. Imagination won the jackpot. Nice. Congrats. We are doing a giveaway, by the way, for a copy of a Steam copy of Trails from Zero. Go ! Giveaway if you would like to enter. Save the speculation for later. We need to capture them before they escape.
I think that about covers everything. Now, what to do? It'd be easy enough to overpower them, but there's a good chance some of them would get away. But just killing them all seems really cruel, too.
Halt! Stay where you are!
Ooh, it's the military academy students.
She knows about us?
How?
Just who are you?
And what's that thing beside you?
So, who are you?
How do you specify? So you go if you go ! Giveaway space however many tickets you would like.
Were you involved with the attacks on the Watchtower and the Republican Army's base?
We'd rather not accuse you of a crime you didn't commit. But can you at least tell us who you are and what you're doing here?
Aw, how did I end up being the bad guy?
Just want to say hi. You're awesome playing these games. I'm currently playing them all too. What's up, Chuki? Welcome in. Glad to have you. I've been loving these so far. Absolutely loving them. We've done the first 5. Now we're doing Cold Steel. We're not stopping.
This is gonna make things a bit sticky.
I hope you've been enjoying them as well.
Oh, I know what I can do. Everything will go hunky-dory if you guys help me out.
What?
What?
Maybe your luck will continue. Hey, that's the whole point. See, we have that gamble system because, you know, it draws in more people to be more active, and not only that, but you know, the giveaway is a nice thing. You know, we're doing the giveaway on the release of Trails from Zero. So it'll be at the start of stream. You will have to be here during stream to claim the prize if you win.
What are you talking about?
But first, I hope you won't mind if I give you a little test, just to be sure you're up to the challenge.
Kevin, thank you for the lurk. Good to see you.
Is that a challenge?
It's the 27th of September, Neil. Milliam Orion.
I'm Milliam Orion. And this is Era Getlum, but you can just call him Lammy for short.
How do you get Lammy out of Era Getlum? Well, Lamb, yeah, okay.
Okay, let's get started.
It's a Tuesday?
Let's get started.
Right.
So we'll do it on the Friday.
Let's go.
My turn!
Level 30. Giveaway is a month and a half away. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A mysterious girl gives orders to a silver combat puppet with her overpowering foes with powerful strikes. She does Aloy Horizon? Really? That's interesting.
All right.
Lammy, barrier! Thanks!
Okay.
Yeah!
My turn. Arcus, activate.
Right.
Huh. It's my turn.
Okay. Arcus, activate. Right. Let's go.
My turn.
Now.
It's my turn.
Oh, winds, grant me your strength! Calamity!
That's it, Neil. That's it. Pacho Queen, World of Final Fantasy.
Blow him away! Oh, please.
My turn.
Okay. Right.
Left.
Hang in there.
Thanks. Here we go. Flames, gather on my blade. Strike!
Guess I let my guard down.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
That wasn't too bad.
Nice.
Wow! You guys are pretty tough. Yep, looks like you'll be great for the job, all right.
Thank you, Max.
We've had quite enough of your wild chases and your games.
You were the one who attacked both of those military facilities, weren't you?
Oh, no, that wasn't me. Ugh, what can I say to make you believe me?
Just tell us what you can. Anything you know that might help us find out who was actually responsible.
You said you wanted our help? If helping you would restore peace to the Highlands, we're ready to help out however we can. But you have to talk to us. Help us understand what's happening.
Come on, you two.
I hope you don't come to regret your naivete.
You said your name was Milliam, right? We really don't have much time. So could you tell us what it is you want our help with?
Well, what I want you to help me with is capturing the small armed group responsible for attacking the Watchtower and the Republican Army's base.
What did you just say?
You saw those mortars earlier, right? There's a bunch more hidden near the Republican Army's base. I'm guessing it was the same group that set them up at both locations.
Wait.
Do you have any idea who this armed group might be?
Well, I'm not 100% sure or anything, but they look like a bunch of Jaeger dropouts, so I'm guessing they're working for a pretty meaty chunk of Mira. I was on my way to go find out for sure.
Wait, then
You know where they are?
Sure do. They're up in the north of the Highlands. If you promise to help me out, I'd be happy to show you the way. So, how about it?
all right. You have our aid.
Well, that was easy.
I'm Reen Schwarzer, Thor's Military Academy, Class 7.
Gaius Warzel.
I'm Elisa Reinford. It's, nice to meet you.
My name is Emma Milstein. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yusuf Alberea. And just so you know, you still have much to answer for regarding your intrusion into Auroch's fort.
You knew that was us, huh? It'd be super cool if we could just, put that whole thing behind us for the time being.
If we must.
Now.
Nice to meet you all, too. Anyway, what are we just hanging around here for? Let's make for the north of the Highlands.
All right, but I'd like to swing by the settlement first.
Yeah, we should use their telephone to report back to Zendergate about everything we found out so far.
Okay, let's get going then. Oh, yeah. Are you going to be riding on the back of your thing?
Thing?
Well, I could, but I think I'm gonna ride on the back of your horse instead.
Wait, what?
Lammy!
Whoa! It vanished.
And the way it did so seems familiar somehow.
Come on, are we going or not? Let's go catch us some big bad wannabe Jaegers!
Milliam joined the party. For reasons unknown, she's carrying an Arcus unit and is capable of forming combat links with other party members. So, she's eventually going to be a party member. Got it. Deal with it. Physical immunity. Gigant Breaker. Turns Lammy into a hammer and strikes foes. Oh my lord. No fair. What happened to the 18k HP she had before, right? Why do games do that? It's like, yeah, we're gonna pit you against this boss who's like got 18,000 HP, and then we're just going to
Now's our chance!
nerf her to give her like 3,000. Lovely, absolutely lovely.
I can do this. Go!
It's my turn.
I come back to see Milliam has arrived, one of my favorite characters. Okay.
I'll help. Okay,
You just beat her, give her a break? No,
here!
Here
not
we
at
go.
all.
Okay, it's safe for now.
Woohoo! This is amazing!
If you keep squirming around back there, you're gonna fall off.
We'll have to fight our way through.
It's my turn.
Fire!
Here we go.
She uses magic to cut her stats to you for you. Yeah, that's true.
Huh.
It's my turn.
Go! Ha! It's my turn. They're open!
I'll help. Now. It's my turn. Fire! Is everyone okay?
The bot loves you today. It does. It doesn't like Dragon though. Green and the others hurry directly to the settlement. Same day, 12 noon. Let's go. Is that? I see we're operating on DBZ time. Yes. A Republican Army airship. What's it doing this deep in into the highlands? This is where they call them. This is where what they call invasive reconnaissance or something like that, right? They basically trespassed with just enough force to see what the enemy's up to and how many troops they've got. So that's their aim. Just who are you? It's a secret. Anyway, don't you guys need to get a hold of Zendergate? She's right. Let's move. All right. Bro, you're all safe. Toma, I'm glad to see you're okay. We saw a Republican airship flying overhead. Yeah, it's been circling up there for a while now. Is there really going to be a war? And we're doing everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. We need to hurry and borrow the Elder's telephone. So you have reason to believe that the armed group is hiding in the Northern Highlands? Yeah, it seems that's what's going on. We're currently on our way to investigate. I suppose all our hopes are pinned on this. Very well. I'm extending your deadline to 1500. Be on your guard. Will do. Please do whatever you can to postpone any conflict. So the culprits used to be members of a Jaeger Corps. I've heard of the term mentioned before, but I know little of them. Well, they're trouble, that's for sure. Let us handle this. We're not going to let anyone start a war here. It appears that even if I wish to sway you, your mind is already made up. Let me see if I can get this phone to pick up the orbital waves from your Arcus units. Now, you give me a call if anything happens. Thank you, Grandfather. May the winds and the goddess guide you. I'll be praying for your safety. Let's jam. Okay, we're counting on you to show us the way. Where in the Northern Highlands are they hiding anyway? I think you probably know the place. You know that huge statue north of here? That's a creepy old ruin around. There's a creepy old ruin around back. That's where they're all holed up. She must be talking about. Yeah, the ancient quarry. Eldahome. Eldahome. Oh, let's see what she got. Oh, they're already open. And of course, I can't take any. Aegis. Reflect magic damage and gain immunity against physical. Oh my lord. Literal pocket tank. Oh my. I don't know. Well, we'll find out more when we use her going forward. Right now, I'm sticking with this party. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Your boy Heavy T, what's on the go? Welcome in. Relative. Figuratively, okay. I'm gonna say. I do have a few relatives that do watch me. Welcome in, how are you? Alright folks. We're off to see some Jaegers. Or Jaeger dropouts or whatever. I guess. Yes. But also we have that quest too. Yeah, we have that quest. I guess no trading, okay. Onward, noble steeds, onward. We must save. We must save. I got a few cousins in that watch me. Every now and then. And while the brother-in-law steps in, and sister.
Yeah!
If we keep up this pace, we might make it in time after all.
Not might. We will make it in time.
Where is this thing to? We're in the northern part of the Highlands. I was able to butter up with a bot with a sob story. I think there's something endearing about families watching streams. You're not wrong. Cheap. Oh, look, it's a golem.
Watch out. This is a tough one. Go! Huh.
I figured it was going to resist. Why you hit Emma?
I can do this. Arcus activate.
Here we go. Ta!
Yeah.
Huh?
Moving down.
Go.
Nice. Okay, what do we have anyway? Oh, he gives us Grand Press. Nice. She can sure tank a punch from a 9-foot tall rock golem. She can. Emma's great.
Why is this ladder so long?
Is it harder to climb ladders when you've got a big chest?
Cardboard, thank you for the 369 bits. Is it hard to climb ladders with a big chest? I feel like I would have to worry if I was streaming like Fortnite or Minecraft or something, knowing my nieces and nephews. Oh god, I can't wait to add the rest of the sounds.
It's my turn.
It's my turn.
It is your turn, dear, yes.
Hang in there.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Here we go. Ha! Too slow.
It's my turn.
Flames, gather on my blade. Strike!
Yeah.
That's at a 0, isn't it? I can't remember what one that was from.
Arcus, activate.
Yeah.
All right.
You okay?
Thanks.
Right.
Isn't she a sweetheart?
Let's go. Okay.
Arcus, activate.
Huh?
You're speechless?
Yeah.
I've been meaning to go back to our
My
Azure
turn.
playthrough when I found the Uranus spell in a chest. That was hilarious.
It's my turn. Yeah. Go.
Okay. They weren't. I expect some of the chest codes to change if they do keep them.
Right.
Left.
Hang in there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Too slow.
Now.
Leave it to me. Go.
can do this. Let's go!
Here we go! Go! Elisa!
Okay! There!
Big damage, big damage, big damage. That does 1,000.
Arcus, activate. Now!
Here we go! All right. Take this! Thanks!
It's my turn.
Have fun in the rest of the Breath of the Highlands. Blunt. Thank you. Always appreciated.
Arcus, activate.
Here we go!
You okay?
Thanks!
Ha! Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go!
There's really no point to use physical attacks on this thing.
It's my turn. Let's go.
It's my turn.
Actually, we're good there.
There!
Okay. Jim, thank you for continuing your gift sub for Miranda. Welcome and enjoy those emotes. As you, well, continue to enjoy those emotes. Jim, thank you so much for continuing your sub gift. Very much appreciated. Welcome in. Don't give up, Jeff. I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna be adding to those trails
Here we go.
emotes. It's gonna be glorious. All I will say.
All right.
It's my turn.
Absolutely glorious.
Hang in there.
Thanks! Take this! Thanks! Flames, gather on my blade! Strike!
You okay?
Thanks!
Isn't she a deer? I love her.
Arcus, activate.
All right. There! We're open!
I'll help. Yeah. I can do this. Fire!
Go! Leave it to me.
It's my turn. Oh no, you don't. Stop right there. Molten Rain. Okay.
greedy. I got greedy. Let's go, Emma.
We should be safe now.
Great!
I did it! Making progress.
A matter of course.
Defeated the quest monster. That one was a toughie. We managed to scrape at a win, but I'm still not exactly sure what it even was. What's a creature like that doing here in Nord? It looks like a golem out of an old fairy tale. As we fought it, I recalled that gargoyle we fought in the old schoolhouse on our first day. We should report back to Lacan. Yeah, if we get the chance, let's head back to the settlement.
Yeah!
Onward to the settlement, Gilbert. We must report back. Then we will go to the quarry. Onward, my noble steed. I mean, we gotta rest up first, don't we? Bow, bow. All right, everything's fine here. We should be able to head out immediately. Wow, they look so fluffy. What the? Who might you be, young lady? Oh, well, who cares? Things will be getting dangerous around here soon, so get out while you still can, okay? Oh, I see you've managed to defeat that mysterious creature. Did you all come out unscathed? Thankfully, yes. Certainly put up a fight, but we preserved in the end. Glad to hear it. I'm still a bit concerned that it picked now of all times to appear, but we can worry about that later. Considering the situation at the moment, I really appreciate that you were able to defeat it at all. Here, this is for your troubles. Nice, nice. Wow, now that's what I call generous. Thank you so much. We'll be sure to make the most of all of this. I'm the one who asked you to deal with it in the first place, so it's the least I can do. I wish you all the best in resolving this current crisis. Stay safe. Thanks, Dad. We're going south for a minute, because I want to go to,
Yeah!
I want to go to the base, or the Zender Gate, because I never got a chance to go there the last time, and I don't think I've found any quests, so like secret quests. So I want to see if there's one over here. Because this is the only optional place, really, if we can get into it. So small detour, but we're fine. And we'll probably gain our CP along the way.
Now's our chance.
My turn!
I can do this. Okay. Here.
All right. Here we go! Now's our chance!
I've got you. Right.
That's all you can think of when I fight these things, right?
Yeah.
It's Trails Chocobos.
Yeah.
Leave it to me. There! They're open!
I'll help.
My turn. Now's our chance.
I've got you. It's my turn. Huh.
Exactly what it is. It's just Trails Chocobos.
That takes care of them.
Yeah.
Now's our chance.
Here we go.
Right.
Left.
Leave it to me.
Yeah. Here.
Go.
I can do this.
It's my turn. Now.
I'll help.
Bam, bam, bam,
Okay.
bam.
Go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
So we're almost like we're almost full
Yeah.
CP, so that's fine. Oh, there you are. What's happening over at the settlement? Is everyone okay? What about Toma? I've got no way of finding out from here. There's no need to worry. They're making preparations to relocate before war breaks out. They're used to having to do this too, so nothing will happen to them. Really? That's a relief. Still, there's a lot of tanks and airships being deployed. Who knows what'll happen if a full-scale war breaks out. Yeah, let's hurry before that happens. I guess I'll do my part here and pitch in with your field study. Charles and I came up with a recipe for an incredibly delicious pizza during our time out here, you see. So good that we make it for the nomads from time to time. So here, let me share it with you. We got a recipe for pizza? Let's go. I love pizza. The culprits are a group of Jaeger dropouts, correct? You can capture them. We may be able to prevent a war from breaking out. You have until 1500 to do so. Be careful. Yes, sir. Thank you, General. General! Oh, okay. Whee! Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll talk to everybody twice. Forest coming. Time to cook for 30 minutes. Nah, we're good. I usually don't end up cooking until like the last chapter of any of these games. Oh, it's you. I'll have to ask you to leave. The current situation does not call for your assistance. Wow. Wow. Oops. There's our noble steed. Book. I got a book out of it. Okay. Onward to the Northern Highlands.
Let's get going.
As a true military man, stand as tall even when you swing a sword through him. Exactly.
Yeah.
Onward, Gilbert. Onward. We must make it to the quarry. He is our noble steed. You guys can't say that I don't hate, or you guys can't say that I hate Gaius now. I've been using him all chapter.
Whoa. Yeah.
Work over. I missed anything? Quests? Quests? A little bit of story. As you can see, we have Millium. Did Jeff just say he hates Gaius? No, I don't hate Gaius. It could just mean that you hate Eustace more than Gaius. I mean, that could be facts.
Yeah.
He just said to stop complaining because he plays one right now. Do you like Millium appearing? I figured we would have ran into her like later in the game, I guess. Because mostly when you see these type of characters, you run into them like a few times and then they become part of your party. But this is a bit interesting. We've seen her once, and now we've seen her again. Now we're like helping her. Interesting. Try her, so don't try her. Got it. Someday we'll learn reverse psychology. Someday. Someday. One of these days I may let chat choose my party.
The ancient quarry is this way, right?
Yep, just round the back of this statue.
I never noticed that was open before. Yeah. Let's go!
So this is the ancient quarry. Crazy to think it dates all the way back to the Neolithic era over 1,000 years ago.
Last time I was here, we finished going to the quarry the first time. Oh, we've been...
And that an evil djinn is sealed away here.
Well, that's what the legends say.
We've done a few
No one
things
really knows
between
for
those.
sure.
And
And you're sure that armed group you mentioned is hiding in here?
It seems likely.
Yep, I think they're probably lying low deep down in the quarry. I mean, I know they're here. I saw a bunch of them streaming from the entrance up there about an hour ago.
But how'd they get up there in the first place?
You think they used a rope ladder like the one we found near the mortars?
It's difficult to tell from this far away.
Anyway, we'll need to go in from this entrance down here. Me and Lammy could fly up there no problem, but that doesn't help the rest of you out much.
Well, you have a point, but
I'm not sure entering here is going to prove much easier for us. What do you propose we do about this huge stone door? It doesn't look like it's going to budge.
Come on, get off your horses. Me and Lammy will take care of this door, no sweat.
Oh?
We ought to dismount anyway.
Milliam became the party leader. Character with strike type field attacks of B rank or higher can destroy cracked walls or certain other objects.
What?
Amazing.
Thanks, Lammy. Huh? What's wrong? I thought we were in a hurry to catch those bad guys hiding in here.
Yeah, we are, but
what is that thing?
Sorry, can't tell you. That's classified info.
Classified?
We can continue this inquiry at a later time. Let's get inside.
Oh, this really does have that creepy old abandoned quarry vibe. Okay, let's go. Hey, don't go charging ahead. Yeah, if that armed group is holed up in here, we'll need to exercise some caution. Any more loud noises like that might alert them that we're here. I think we'll be all right. This place really feels really vast. All this dense rock and these twisty passages should dampen the sound too. I think Lammy should be able to smash things without tipping off those bad guys. She may be right. I don't hear any echoes, but I'm more concerned with sensing the strange wind and I'm sensing. What do you mean? I can sense something strange too. You think it's... Oh, what's that? Watch out.
We'll have to fight our way through.
It's my turn.
We going longer tonight? We're probably gonna finish the chapter if we can.
My turn.
Right.
Left.
Argus activate. Okay.
I did see Milio's Master Course, yes. I wanted to take it, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
I see extra stuff.
Let's keep going.
That takes care of that. Piece of cake. Still, they seem different from all the monsters we fought so far. Like our orbital arts affected them differently somehow. It seems like this area where the higher elements are active. Higher than what? As you're all aware, monsters may be weak or resistant to any of the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. However, it seems that here, the 3 higher elements, time, space, and mirage, are also present. I suppose that could explain the strange wind I felt earlier. Sounds like we'll need to really tread carefully in here. Wow, you don't sit at the top of the test scores for nothing, do you? Well, that's just an educated guess anyway. I'd bet anything you're right, though. This whole area is steeped in ancient legends. I wouldn't be surprised if those higher elements were present here. Everyone, be on your guard. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But we got Lammy here with us, so there's nothing to worry about. Come on, let's mosey. Not well acquainted with the concept of caution, is she? The 3 higher elements are active in certain areas, such as the ancient ruins or places with great spiritual energy. Enemies in these areas may be weak or resistant to these elements and can use potent time, space, and mirage arts. In addition, certain unique AT bonuses can take effect in battle. Status deck. Death Blow, Vanish, CP up 100, CP, oh my lord, yeah. Imagination? I don't think so.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here we go.
I want like 4 of them.
turn.
They're vampiric thorns. They're not worms. They're not worms.
All right. They're open.
I'll help. Okay,
Oh, she's gonna be a beast in here, isn't she?
it's my turn. Huh? All right, let's keep on moving.
Do they wiggle and squirm? Yes. Falco reached level 3. Insight for 4 turns. Evasion up. Okay. It's decent. I keep wanting to search the thing for chest quotes.
What are those glowing things anyway?
I'm actually rather curious myself.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Go.
It's my turn. Let's go.
It's my turn. There.
Yeah.
Arcus, activate.
Ha!
Started by Cold Steel 1 through 4 Nightmare Journey. Nice.
Now.
I hope you enjoy. Nightmare will be a while for me.
Let's keep going.
Oh my lord, we have spooters. We have spooters.
Come on then. It's my turn. Oh no, you don't. Stop right there. Molten Rain.
It's my turn. Now, Emma.
Understood.
My turn. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Loves it. Let's go.
Right. It's my turn. Yeah.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
There! Ahem.
How does that thing even work?
You know what? Just for you. One battle.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Oh no, you don't. Stop right there.
Yeah, definitely
Molten
raw.
Rain.
Definitely raw music with the worms.
Now.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir!
It's my turn.
My turn. Don't mess with us.
I'm just getting started.
Oh, that's a beautiful looking treasure chest.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Oh, we're back outside.
Ah, it's nice to be back in the great outdoors again.
I always wonder who leaves all these treasure chests lying around unlocked. I mean, you'd think though you would have like a...
It's a treasure chest!
I love that. I love it. Spirit Breaker. Interesting. 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 Okay. To my knowledge, Reen doesn't have a lock picking skill. No, we have Emma with us. She has the lock picking skill.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn.
It's my turn.
Arcus activate.
It's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Okay. I was playing something recently, I think Atelier Lulua, where they actually had someone say that the chests in the wilderness are left around by other adventurers to help people out. Ah, that would make sense, yes. Yeah, that would make sense. All right, you know what? I will give her a chance. I can't even add anything to her. That oh my lord. What's she equipped with? Never mind. I can't equip accessories. I'm not having her. No. Sorry. Not doing it.
We have the advantage.
My turn.
Leave it to me. There! They're open!
I'll help. It's my turn. Fire! Go!
Got it.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right.
If I could customize her, then yeah,
Time is
definitely.
precious. We should hurry.
I'd try it. But I'm walking into possibly a boss fight, so it's not happening. Not happening.
Come on then.
Leave it to me. There! Now!
I'll help you.
Here we go!
I can do this. Okay. This is it.
Here! All right. Time is precious. We should hurry.
Let's go.
That one's huge. What do you think they could be?
I don't know. But we'd better exercise a little caution.
Wait. Oh, what's wrong? Shh. I can sense others nearby. Come on, let us go already. Yeah, we've done enough. I hear them too. We're definitely not the only ones here. It sounds as though they're quarreling about something. By the flow of the wind, I'm guessing there are 6 or 7 of them. Wow, you guys are amazing. How can you sense this kind of stuff? It's kind of hard to explain. I suppose you could say I picked it up as a result of my training. It's not something I could really teach it to anyone. Meanies. Save your childish pouting for later. They don't appear to have noticed our presence. This is our chance. Yeah, once we're ready, let's charge in. Okay. Weapons at the ready, everyone. Still no wing counter, no. I love that chess quote. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Hey, I understood that reference. You know that one is going to be removed from Crossbell Official? That one there is actually in Sky SC. I believe. Yeah, I believe that one's in Sky SC. Alright, let's go! Yeah, I think that's I think it's actually in the Glorious where we find that one. Cry into my chest. That's exactly what Elisa was telling Reen. There. Gotcha. Come on. We fulfilled our part of the bargain. Just give us the rest of the money already. I'm afraid that's not strictly true. Your contract states that you will receive the rest of the money when the Imperial and Republican armies begin combat. If this current stalemate continues, we may find it necessary to give them another gentle nudge in the right direction. What a pain. Just think, we hold out a little longer and we'll have more Mira than we know what to do with. You said your name's G, right? How do you have this kind of cash to throw around anyway? How does anyone? I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but 5 million Mira just for the advance payment? That's serious money. 5 million? Holy shit. You must have some powerful backers in the wings. I believe our agreement maintains that no inquiries were to be made, correct? It would be unfortunate indeed if I were forced to prematurely terminate our partnership due to a breach of contract. Wait. We don't need to know anymore. As long as your money's a sure thing, your wish is our command. Besides, how are we even going to get out of here without your help? It seems we've nothing further to discuss then. Fear not. It won't be long before this frothing pot boils over and peace of this land is irrevocably shattered. And when that happens...
That will never happen!
Where you come from? Who are these kids?
Thor's Military Academy, Class 7. And you're under arrest on suspicion of an unprovoked attack on both the Imperial Watchtower and Republican Army base.
How fitting, delegating your dirty work to these swine. But your contemptible scheme ends here.
What was that?
Swine! You kids are dead meat!
Ah, yes. That makes sense. You're the students responsible for interfering with our work in Celtic, aren't you?
Wait, then?
Then the one who hired those bandits.
Yes, it was I. Did you think the Provincial Army capable of competent planning and subterfuge?
Gideon. Or G, for short.
You may call me Gideon, though in some circles I'm known simply as G. That is perhaps as much as you may ever know.
Some circles?
I trust that your bellicose ideals are not simply the ravings of a lone madman, then.
Your name doesn't matter to me. If you intend to shatter the peace of this land, we'll stop you by any means necessary.
Uh-huh. You're all coming with us.
So you really think you could take us, huh?
I don't know what the weird kid's doing with them.
But bottom line, there just needs to be no witnesses. Ain't that right?
Correct. It pains me to pull still budding flowers up by the roots, but they leave us little choice. I'm afraid you already know far too much to return alive. The soil of this ancient land will be watered with your blood before the day is done.
Wow.
Looks like they're serious.
Then we'll have to respond in kind.
All right, let's give them a Class 7 thrashing. But remember, we need them disarmed and alive.
I do apologize, but I'm afraid I can't let you live.
I can do this. Let's go!
Flames, gather on my blade!
Strike!
He overestimates his chances, especially with the practitioner of the 8 leaves style there.
They're only students.
It's my turn.
Yes, dear, it is your turn.
You okay?
Thanks!
Yeah.
All right.
Really? By the way, Kuro 2 long trailer dropped last night, so avoid media posts if you can, if you follow Trails channels. Definitely will, Games 5. Thank you for the heads up. I think it's just class 7.
Oh, winds, grant me your strength! Calamity!
Take this!
Right.
Left.
Hang in there.
Thanks!
Thank you very much.
My turn!
69 CP, nice. A miss?
You okay?
Thanks!
Yeah.
Impossible!
Go! All right. There!
I can do this. This is my secret weapon. Charging normal energy. Lucetta arrow.
Here we go!
I like it. I like it.
It's my turn.
There!
Oh yeah, we got
Leave it to me.
That was an interesting scene, Gaming's 5. That was very interesting. If someone has that clip, definitely share it. That was pristine timing.
We're open! Emma!
Right. Yeah. Now.
A bit too early there, Neil. Bit too
Here we
early.
go.
Oh yeah, we met the hermit. We wouldn't be this far if we never met the hermit.
Right.
My turn!
I figured it was someone related to Elisa, but I didn't expect the grandfather.
Yeah.
My turn. There.
I can do this. Now.
Preemptive, yes, but still well deserved in advance. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it.
There. All right. There.
Here we go.
It's my turn. Arcus activate. Ha!
Thanks.
Yeah.
Leave it to me.
Now.
Go. Now's our chance.
I've got you.
I didn't expect to take down Gideon so quickly.
It's my turn. Fire!
Leave it to me. Here we go.
Yeah. Now. Right.
Left.
Fire!
Here we go.
There.
They are dragon, they are.
Leave it to me.
Jaegers are tough.
Right.
Left.
Yeah.
Go. That's that. Let's keep moving. I did it!
Nicely done.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
That should suffice.
No way! How could a group of vets lose to a gang of kids still in the throes of puberty?
Oh, I think I know who you are now. There's a mercenary group called Bugbear made of wannabe Jaeger dropouts. That's you guys, right? I guess you were planning to start calling yourselves a real Jaeger Corps after you pulled off this big job, huh?
How do you know about us? Forget the students. What's up with this kid? That monster of hers. It's gonna kill us.
Hey, don't you be calling Lammy a monster! Such meanies, aren't they, Lammy?
They're not the only ones who've got some questions about her.
I might have an idea, but let's see how this plays out.
I see now. You're one of the children, aren't you? The Silver Puppeteer, also known as the White Rabbit. Am I mistaken?
She did mention something about a white rabbit when we seen her first.
Wow, you've heard of me?
I certainly have. And if you're here, this is a chance I simply cannot miss. I'd be pleased to punch your ticket along with everyone else's for a one-way journey to the great beyond.
A flute?
Artifact?
What is that song?
Above us, watch out!
What?
Giant spooter. Oh, hells no. Ugh. Giant spooter. Oh, shit. silvery white devil. Oh, lovely. You better not harm the cute spider, Jeff. I have to.
What the hell is that? No. Ah! Ah! It ate him.
You think we're looking at the face of the Djinn from the legends?
Whatever it is, it seems like it's made this quarry its lair.
Quite a hardy specimen we have here. To have survived from the times of antiquity is no small feat. No doubt its long slumber has left it with a powerful hunger. Do be sure to give it a proper meal.
Of Hoxtag.
Farewell then. May your struggle be mercifully brief.
Did he seriously run away?
A grappling hook?
Help us, please! I don't want to die. Help!
Damn, there's no time to chase after him. We have more immediate problems.
Right. And we can't just leave these soldiers to the mercy of this beast.
Group A, prepare to engage. We need to stop that spider before it can harm anyone else.
Spooter.
Understood.
This will take everything we have.
My turn.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Sealed away as an evil djinn in ancient times, binds prey with every hard threads for its children to devour. They're just purr enough.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the cute babies. I want to squish them.
Now's our chance.
I've got you. It's my turn. Turn to flames. Burn!
Leave it to me.
One job, Elisa. One job.
There! You're mine!
Yeah.
Don't you dare burn cute spooters.
Here we go.
Now.
Whoopsie.
You okay?
Thanks.
All right.
They're open!
I'll help.
You're mine!
I can do this. Arcus activate.
Go.
I do like the auto tier, yeah. Calling a night, sales in the AM. Have a great stream, buddy. Have a wonderful night all in chat. Neil, thanks for hanging out as always. Have some good luck at the sales tomorrow. And keep an eye out as always.
Oh no, you don't.
Ha! Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah!
It's my turn.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm gonna leave that one.
It's my turn. Hang in there.
Thank you. Go! It's my turn. There!
Yeah!
Go!
Yeah!
Oh, winds, grant me your strength! Calamity! Hawk!
I can do this. Arcus activate.
Tisla!
Huh?
Okay.
My turn!
It's my turn.
Go!
Yeah!
I should be good.
I can do this. Let's go.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Ha! Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My turn. Flames, gather on my blade.
It did not have 1 HP at 26.
Strike!
Burn, baby.
Yeah! Hear me.
Thanks.
Right. Oh no, you don't. Stop right there. Molten Rain.
It's my turn.
This is my secret weapon! Charging normal energy! Rosetta Arrow!
Kill it. Damn it.
It's my turn.
That's fine. That's fine.
There! Now!
I'll help.
Here we go! There!
It's my turn.
Yeah!
Kill it. Let's go. Kill them all.
We should be safe now.
Dark Fantasy Realms. How are you? Welcome in. There was a pattern to that, I think. I think I had to keep them in a rotation of summoning allies, or else that fight would have been horrible. Rest Effects, welcome in. How are you?
Nice.
Thank you for the GGs. Phew, that was a toughie. True, but at least we've neutralized the threat. Yeah, but fortunately the man with the glasses got away. Considering the situation, I don't believe there was much we could have done. So what's it going to be? You can make this easy on yourselves and surrender, or... all right, but we demand you guarantee our safety. You're hardly in a position to demand anything. Great to see more enjoying the Trails game. So I've been really enjoying them. We started with Sky back in December, and we've been going them back to back to back to back. So we've done Sky, we've done Crossbell, now we're in Cold Steel, and we're not stopping until we finish. I'm glad to have everybody along with this journey with me as well. You know, watching the reactions and just hanging out and having a good time. If their capture is enough to avert a war, then so be it. Anyway, let's contact my grandfather on our Arcus. He should be able to get in touch with Zender Gate Press. Indeed, we have to let the Lieutenant General know that we caught them. I wonder if they'll make it in time. Make it in time. What? Sir, I have bad news. We contacted the Republican Army about the group we apprehended, but they're unconvinced that they were responsible. I can't say that I blame them. It sounds as though they sustained far greater damage than we did. Still, does that mean the Republican Army is preparing to attack? Unfortunately so. I believe one of their armored airborne divisions has completed battle preparations. At this rate, an armed conflict may be inevitable. No. If only we could find a way to negotiate with them. Did you manage to get anything out of those guys you captured? Like, who that guy, the glasses, who ran off was? No. We know they were paid very well, but were kept largely in the dark about their client and his objectives. By the way, who are you? Oh, me? Yeah, just who are you, anyway? That man in the glasses called you one of the children. I also remember something about a silver puppeteer and a white rabbit, or something like that. Very suspicious. Now. What to do? I'm not really supposed to tell anyone about my affiliation. Your what? Affiliation? Wait, are you... You're probably dead on. Yay! You finally came! Son of a bitch. God damn it, Lecter! I thought you were never gonna show up, Lecter. Sorry. I had some things to take care of over in Crossbell. Sorting out an office for those scary people? Yeah, pretty much. Who are you? It's your favorite person, Jeff. Setting aside the lack of a uniform, I'm assuming you're also a member of the military? That's correct, sir. I'm Captain Lecter Arundel of the Imperial Intelligence Division. I've come to assume responsibility for the negotiations with the Republican Army. What? The Intelligence Division? Just so you must be... So you're Captain Lecter. If what I've heard is true, it sounds like the situation will be in good hands. The negotiations with the Republican government are already underway. It'd be in all of your best interest to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially with the trade conference only 2 months away. Okay, so that gives me a little bit of a timeline here now. So jealous. When I first played this, I had only played FC and SC, so I was like, who is this? It's the benefit of playing them all in order. Definitely. His Excellency, the Chancellor, is of the same opinion. I see. I should have known the Blood and Iron Chancellor's name would surface sooner or later. So that's the stance of the reformist faction's leader. His face might make you wake up in a cold sweat, but he's pretty fun for an old guy, really. Anyway, just leave this to us. We'll have it sorted out in no time. Sounds like you've been taking good care of that little pipsqueak for us too. Cheers, guys. Boo! I'm not a pipsqueak. Oh well. Bye, everyone. It was fun getting to know you all. I hope we could see each other again sometime. Hold on. Wait, Oh, there they go. Isn't the Intelligence Division the branch of the Imperial Army responsible for gathering and processing information? They're not as upright as their name might suggest. They deal more in espionage than intelligence gathering. The provincial armies fear them as much as they do the railway military police. Figured as much. I just can't believe a child like her is part of the army. I see. So, she's one of the Iron Bloods. Sir? That's quite an imposing name. The Iron Bloods are said to be a group of youths with high intelligence and special abilities taken in by the Chancellor. They work with the Intelligence Division and the Railway Military Police, but they answer to him, or so the rumors go. I wouldn't have dreamed their ranks ran quite as young as that girl looked, though. She hardly seems suited to life in a military squad. Yeah, there's something that doesn't feel right about it. Still, it looks like we may yet be able to avert a war with Calvard. Are you serious? I've heard many rumors about that Captain Lecter, Scarecrow, as he's known by some. I'm given to understand he succeeded in almost every unofficial negotiation he's undertaken. And if even the Chancellor himself is taking action, success seems almost guaranteed. 3rd Armored Division stand down to alert level 2. All airships currently on patrol are to return to Zender Gate at once. Yes, sir. Whew. Crazy. I like the fact that we're able to ride horses in this section. Same day, 1900.
Precisely on time.
Isn't this the old... Yeah, this is...
Comrade G, you've done well.
Comrade C. I wasn't expecting you to come all this way.
A leader has to make sure all the gears are moving as they should. It sounds like the plan was a resounding success.
Keep your pity to yourself. Our aim was to stir up a conflict with the Republic that would force him to let his guard down. To that end, this wretched state of affairs could hardly be called a success.
Him?
And yet, even this outcome will work to our advantage in the days ahead. After all, we demonstrated that he faces the risk of his ranks being divided without warning at any time. And neither the Icy Maiden nor Scarecrow can hope to outwit us.
You have a point. We should begin making preparations for the next step of our plan. The time has finally come to present ourselves on the world stage.
That's the spirit.
What the fuck?
Ooh, boy. At least all's well that ends well, right?
When did she get here?
Everyone in Group A is safe, and we narrowly avoided war with Calvard. Though I can't say I was expecting the intelligence division to show up when they did. A jet black airship. Probably one of Reinford's latest models. The military uses them for reconnaissance. The nobles and the rich just use them for fun. But as for how they got one... You wouldn't happen to know anything, would you?
You really are a sharp one, Lady Sarah. It's almost troubling.
What the fuck?
I'm impressed that you could tell I was there.
I'm pretty sure you let me have that one. I felt a familiar sensation, though, just for a second. Makes me think back to this one time, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, you say?
Never mind. But you really don't know then? Where that airship came from?
I'm afraid not. I checked the Reinford Group's manufacturing records and couldn't find a trace. At least, not in the official files.
Sounds like Reinford has its own issues to deal with. Well, let's put that aside for now. I'm on my way to the settlement. What are you planning to do?
Well, I would like to give my regards to Master Gwen, so I would like to accompany you if that's all right. I can hardly wait to see the look on Lady Elisa's face when I show up.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Sometimes I actually feel bad for that girl.
I'm not even gonna try right now. Not even gonna try. Definitely dragon, definitely. I have to gather all my thoughts on that one. Thank you all for everything. I'm so grateful for the kindness you've shown us. I'll never forget all of the things I've seen and learned here. Indeed. I feel as though I've gained something truly invaluable.
Here comes a new challenger!
Arrow! Welcome in, Arrow. Thank you for that raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, Arrow. The Weird Gaming Turtle. I like the name. I like the name. Welcome on in, everybody. If you don't know who I am Jeff. And we're playing through all the Trails games, so if you like RPGs, JRPGs, anything like that, you found the right place. We've been going through all the Legend of Hero games so far. We've done all the Sky Trilogy. We've done Crossbell. We're currently going through Cold Steel. If you have played these games before, I would kindly ask no hints, tips, tricks, spoilers, foreshadowing, mechanics of the like. We do have a spoiler channel in our Discord for commenters like that. Also, we are doing a giveaway for a Steam copy of Trails from Zero when it is released next month. You go !giveaway, !rules to know how to enter. It was good tonight. That's good to hear. Good to hear. We just finished up in a very confusing scene that I found. It makes me happy to hear that. Bro, Reen, Eustace, come on now, Lily. Don't cry. Lily, Toma, thanks for all you've done. You have my thanks as well. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll return again when I have the opportunity. Until then, you've got to take care of everyone here for me, Toma. Leave it to me. Elisa, Emma, thank you so much. It was great getting to know you. I hope we'll have another chance to discuss sweets and fashion again someday. Thank you again for the wonderful tea recipe. It may take me a while, but I hope that one day I'll be able to make it as warm as aromatic as you do. I know you'll be able to do it. It seems this has been quite the experience for them. Indeed it does. Still, Sharon's as attractive as ever. Here, Lord Gwyn. But you're quite the bodacious... You're quite the bodacious beauty yourself, instructor. Oh my, aren't you the charmer? If only you were a little younger, you'd be just my type. Instructor! And grandfather, at least try to be serious this once. Sorry. Can't help myself sometimes. Anyway, to be serious for a moment here, it would seem you've made a discovery of your own. Yes, I think I finally understand why you left the Rhineford Company when you did. Is that so? You've been with me ever since I was a child, so I think I know as well as anyone how much you've given to the company. Because of that, it was even harder for me to understand why you would just turn your back and let Mother take over. But now, I think I finally understand. You left because you truly loved the Rhineford Company, didn't you? Precisely. Since the Orbal Revolution, the Rhineford Company has created the technology that has defined people's modern lives. From railways to heating, Orbal cars to airships, even tanks and guns. I regretted none of them. What I did regret, however, were the railway guns we built 5 years ago. I thought so. With my apologies to the Lieutenant General, those railway guns are little more than instruments of mass murder. With their innate limits in range and deployment, they have no real strategic value in a war. Their sole purpose is a weapon of mass destruction designed to effectively hold the innocent people of Crossbell hostage. In other words, to stop a potential Republican army invasion before it starts. Nothing more, nothing less. It's an unpleasant truth to acknowledge, but I have no rebuttal. My daughter may have signed off on the project, but as the one who saw them completed, I was terrified at what we'd made. I feared that somewhere along the way we had sold our principles and our souls as craftsmen to the highest bidder. When my daughter took over the company chair, I took the opportunity to step back from Rhineford and really think about where'd we gone wrong, about how we'd come to this point, and how to make things right. So that was why... I guess you probably don't have any intention of returning soon. I'm afraid not. All that's happened in the past 5 years has only strengthened my resolve. The company environment, my daughter's leadership of it, things have changed too much. For now, I'll let her take care of things from the inside. As for me, I'll do what I can from the outside to help the company find its way forward. Master Gwyn. I think Thor's Military Academy is a fine place for you to be right now. Huh? No doubt there are still many obstacles lying ahead of you. But when you put your head together with such a diverse group, you're bound to see things you might not have otherwise. Just like you did while you were here. You may be right. I'll do what I can to try and see things from a different perspective than both you and Mother. Both as a member of the Rhineford family and, more importantly, because I owe it to myself. Proud to hear it. Reen, Gaius, Eustace, Emma. You'll take good care of her for me now, won't you? Of course. Oh, Reen definitely will. Leave it to us. We'd be happy to. Very well. Grandfather, stop that. I'd love it if Sharon could stay here with me a bit longer, though. I don't suppose I could tempt you to look after me for a while instead, could I? I'm afraid not. I have to return to my duties as Class 7's caretaker. Don't make us bonk you, Jeff. Ah, my poor heart. Grandfather, please. It's almost time for the train to depart. You should begin making your way over to the platform. Thank you. Take care, Lieutenant General. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. May the winds and the goddess always guide your path. Farewell. I look forward to meeting again someday. Look at Gwen over there. He's just so sad. Goodbye. Thank you for everything. Chapter 3, Beyond the Railways. End.
Keep up the good work. Good showing, everyone.
Hey, Rank. Blazing through this game. I feel like we're taking our time though. Gwen can take a run against Olivier or Olivert, probably, yeah. Reen and Machias reach level 2. Oh lord.